Okay, so for this kind of little one shot, I'm gonna have to give you guys some context. Okay, so uh, we're gonna talk about the Golden Vault. It will be considered for at least the next little series of one shots. It will be considered the patron organization, if you will. So, let me read you a little blurb about this. Rumored to be associated with metallic dragons, the Golden Vault is a secretive organization that has its base on one of the good aligned outer planes. Its membership and activities are almost impossible for outsiders to track, but those in the know are aware that the organization rights moral wrongs, supports virtuous underdogs, and handles delicate situations. Local authorities don't seem to want to deal with these delicate situations that the Golden Vault deals with. Sorry, mush mouth today. The Golden Vault's motto reflects its primary motivation: do good no matter the cost. Missions from the Golden Vault are often illegal, but they always support a just and moral cause. The Vault's undercover operate has a series of undercover operatives that monitor adventuring groups from major cities on the material plane, and you guys will be largely involved with this patron organization, if you will. So this, you guys, having convened, would probably have convened at the behest of the Golden Vault, this secret society. So the lot of you probably had found a common meeting place in this city known as the city of Varkenbluff.
Of Barking Bluff.
Correct. So you guys would be, um, we'll call it somewhere open and public. So probably like a park or something, where you guys would, kind of meet up for the first time. And this would be kind of where we introduce our characters real quick around the table, just so I kind of know what I'm getting into. More for me than for you guys, but it makes more sense for you guys to, introduce yourselves to each other.
We'll all hop in since you guys are familiar with Jurgen von Rassel, the fairy barbarian. But he's level 1. He doesn't have his glaive yet. He does have 2 short swords. Each end of the hilt underneath where his hand would lie is a star. But the swords don't look that nice to begin with. Of course, he's still rather muscular, looking kind of rugged, ex-military, perhaps. Clean cut, and yeah, that's Jurgen.
Well, don't all jump at once, gentlemen.
Well, I guess I'll go. So I'm going to be playing a character called Lavendro. He's a bugbear rogue. I didn't have a lot of time to think out his whole story, but I kind of imagined him maybe coming from a kind of like a noble background. Maybe he was a guard for, or maybe the hand of maybe some noble, kind of not like your average kind of how I see like bugbears, at least in my mind. Like he's very like well spoken, proper, well groomed. He has a rapier as well as a hand crossbow for some distance attacks, and yeah, he's yeah, that's Lavendro in a nutshell.
So my character is Lavor. He's a half elf cleric. The trickery domain got a kind of. He's on the younger side, even for an elf. Maybe like in comparison to human years, probably like in his early 20s. He's got this mischievous glint in his eye and a almost constant smirk on his face. I haven't didn't get too much into his backstory either. I've been kind of racing around, but he's just typical cleric. Grew up in the order, kind of like family business, going to be clerics and learning the art of healing and through deities. And but he found a different one that kind of suited his lackadaisical, mischievous personality a little better. So he's just kind of wandering around and I guess found this group and decided to, just hang out with them because he can likes getting into a little bit of trouble and also helping people at the same time.
Oh, okay, I guess. My name is Serban Technic. I'm a Kender gnome, but we're better than the other gnomes because we can actually walk 30 feet, not that slow as 25. My family was traditionalist, and I'm just not about that life. I like to take things apart and make them better. So I'm an artificer like them, but I'm not like them. Okay. I got my cool hairstyle where it's shaved on the one side and long towards the top and kind of flows over my face. I have mutton chop mustache with sideburns and a little soul patch underneath my lip. All right? And that's me.
All right. So, as you guys kind of meet for the first time, or perhaps probably the first time in this park, you guys are in this public area and you are approached by someone that you know works for the Golden Vault, one of their many secret operatives. And this one in particular seems to act very much like your handler, rather. And she kind of approaches the party, and with a bit of a nod, she begins. She throws a large satchel off of her back and begins kind of rifling through it. It looks like it is full of many different bound parcels. She looks to be like some sort of clerk slash postal assistant.
I'm so sorry. You said she was coming up to us, or we're just like walking by.
She comes up and approaches you, and she fiddles through her bag. And after she takes a few parcels out, she approaches the group. To, we'll say, Lavore, she hands you a small leather parcel, and then turns to Levandro and hands him an envelope. She says nothing, but you do notice that she does have the symbol of the vault, kind of a stamped on the envelope she has given you, and it is also on the outside of the package as well. Well, good day. And her name is Mira Rahir. You know her to be like a clerk within the city that also like works some postal routes. She's like a city official, and she is for sure a member of your secret organization.
All right, yeah, Lavore just kind of tears into his parcel right there.
Okay, yeah. As you tear into the parcel, it is a complete empty blank piece of paper, but within is a small key. A key with an obnoxious chomping face at one end.
Gee. Um. Well, this is a interesting looking key, and I kind of just hold it up and then I guess pass it to the closest person next to me as I want to inspect the blank piece of paper more. Does it look like it was just like folded up to hold the key, or can I try and inspect it to see if there's like maybe some sort of hidden text or message?
Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Yeah, that's super good for me. Man. Oh, not bad. I rolled a 17 for a 16 investigation.
Well,
Lavore is not that smart.
with that, you would know that it was just a wrapping for the key.
No hidden messages here, guys. Don't worry about it. Nothing slips by me. Just a piece of paper holding the key. This weird, weird key.
The other parcel that she delivered unto you guys was a golden. It looks to be like a golden music box with a ornate keyhole, looking to be fitting this key that was also delivered.
Uh, Lavandro, do you think this fits in there? Like, do you wanna try this key on that music box? I mean, I don't know why you got this fancy, cool looking music box, and I just got a key, but it's it's fine.
Well, I'm not really a huge fan of music, but yeah, sure, that's why not. Lavendra will kind of hold his hand out to receive the key.
Uh, Lavandro's or not Lavandro, that's not me, Lavore. Just kind of like think fast, and then just kind of like tosses it out.
Can I see if I catch it?
Yeah, go ahead and we'll say, why don't you give me an attack roll, and then we'll go with like a sleight of hand against that.
We might be searching through the shrubbery for a key. I rolled a 5.
Oh God! All right, I'm rolling sleight of hand.
Okay, go ahead and give me a sleight of hand to try to catch this key, as it is not well thrown at all.
12.
Barely. With a bit of a dive, are you able to recover this key?
Lavendro's gonna kind of, maybe he lunged a little too far forward, maybe dropped to a knee to grab it, and he's gonna kind of bring himself back up and place the key in the box and attempt to open it.
As soon as you do so, when you open it, as soon as you pop the lid, a soothing voice, more soothing than mine probably. Sorry. A soothing voice says, "Greetings, operatives. The Golden Vault has learned that the egg of an eldritch horror has been mistaken for a historical object and is about to go on display at the Varkenbluff Museum of Natural History. The anthropologist, Dr. K.C. Donnell, tried to warn officials about this egg, known as the Murkmire stone, but none believed her. We do. And we know that if this egg hatches, many will die or worse. This quest, should you choose to undertake it, requires you to infiltrate the museum, steal the egg, and return it to Dr. Donnell, who will then neutralize it. There is no time to waste. The egg could hatch at any moment. Start by meeting with Dr. Donnell. She will be reaching out to you soon. Good luck, operatives." And with that, the key gets sucked into the chest, and the chest snaps shut and locks itself once again. So go ahead and add the golden music box to your inventory there, Levandro.
All right.
Could you repeat the name of, I guess, the museum or the town it was in, and the person that tried to warn them?
Certainly. So, Varkenbluff Museum of Natural History, and the anthropologist that tried to warn everyone is Dr. Casey Donnell. I'll drop that in the chat real quick. And yeah, so you guys have kind of been given your first mission. We'll say for the sake of brevity, there are plenty of markets in Varkenbluff, but you're not going to find any spectacular equipment, basic common goods only. So if there's anything you need to purchase for this set in Denver, let's go ahead and knock it out right now. No magical items or anything, unfortunately, but basic gear aplenty if there's something you need.
I think the Vor is good to go.
Yeah, I think Lavendro's good as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm all stocked up for what I would need.
Yeah, I can't think of anything new.
Is there a state? No, I'm kidding.
All right, so moving on. No matter your business this morning, a grave halfling messenger finds you and hands you a sealed parchment. It reads, "Meet me at the Sage's Quill today as soon as you can." The missive reads, "I beg your help in a delicate matter whose importance cannot be overstated. I shall await you in a purple hooded robe." And the note is signed, Dr. Casey Donnell. When you look up, the halfling has wandered off. Moving on, for the sake of brevity, you make your way towards the Sage's Quill, a tavern, if you will, in the city. Well, one that caters particularly to academics and intellectuals. As you enter the sage's quill, the soft light reveals mahogany furniture and luxurious carpets. A few genteel patrons murmur in the lounge. You notice a purple hooded figure tucked into a corner booth, and Dr. Donnell gestures for you to sit. You notice lines of worry etched into what looks to be a normally cheerful face.
For somebody who wants to look inconspicuous, you really stand out.
She looks worried, even more so. And she turns to you and says, well, thank you for coming so quickly. She says, a few weeks ago, please sit. Let me order a round. Barkeep, and she kind of waves, and a round is eventually brought over to this table. So, go
Sorry.
ahead.
I was just gonna. Lavorde is like the old cocky, like flip the chair around backwards, so he's sitting on it and leaning on the backrest. So, what is this? The details of this mission you need our help so much for?
And Jurgen would like to assume that since we are hearing your plan, that you are paying for the rounds?
Yeah, well, I would like to know if these rounds are being paid for.
I've got the rounds, and maybe a little coin for a lot of you too, if you can help me with a problem I seem to be having.
Then Jurgen will start with 2 beers, if it is you pay. Continue.
She starts a tab for sure, and gets you a couple of beverages. So like I said, thank you for coming so quickly. A few weeks ago, I attended a dig in the Murkmire that unearthed a furrowed, lit green stone. I'll give you all the details, but the bottom line is that it isn't a stone at all. It's an egg of an eldritch horror. Moreover, my research indicates it'll hatch at midnight tonight. The trouble is, no one will listen to me. The university has ignored me, and I was caught trying to steal the egg from the museum so I could contain it, and well, now I've been fired, and the Murkmire stone display at the museum opens tomorrow, and the egg is about to hatch. You've got to steal this Murkmire stone and bring it back so I can save possibly the entire city.
Okay, what kind of security are we looking at?
Well, I mean, there's, the museum's got definitely roughly a dozen guards. I've heard of, a few traps, perhaps like alarm spells and whatnot at night. Like it's pretty decked out. Even after hours, there's a small, force of guards on the premises. So I mean, it's not going to be an easy task. If it was easy, it could have gone to anybody.
Can you be more specific? Like maybe where they put a trap? How many guards are walking at it together? What sort of path? I mean, 101 burglary stuff.
She drops a somewhat detailed map of the museum on the table. I drew this by hand, okay? I don't claim to burgle or know much, but this is what I know. This is what I gathered on the building itself, and I hope it can be at least somewhat helpful.
I guess it'll do. And then he'll start looking it over.
Jurgen sets down his first empty mug. And he says, "So let me get this straight. You need this egg to be stolen by us so that you can destroy it before it destroys a bunch of people. Seems easy. You throw an extra coin, we destroy egg for you."
Unfortunately, the egg is basically indestructible, but it can be contained if placed inside, a container lined with crystal. One that I'm currently putting the finishing touches on and should be getting back to soon.
Okay, and where is this quote unquote egg supposed to be located? First floor, second floor, basement?
Well, the so it's going the Murkmire stone's going to be uh, on display officially to the public tomorrow, but tonight, it is in like the gem area of the rare gems and minerals area of the museum, and it's like a paid to a view type of a situation. Only the wealthy and the rich and the elite get to go kind of view this like preview of the of the stone. They essentially get to pay to play first before it goes public.
So if this thing hatched tomorrow, it would kill only rich people? God, that'd be like, taking some sort of tub down below the water and it killed a bunch of rich people. I don't see a downside.
Yes, but this Eldritch Horror could do more than that. It might seem okay to off a few people around, especially in the leadership around the city, or particularly the museum, considering I was just fired. She pauses for a moment. She kind of shakes her head, though. She said, uh, we have to stop the egg from hatching because this eldritch creature grows exponentially as it eats, and well, might start very small. The research I've done kind of does allude to it being big enough to wipe entire villages off the map. It is a small problem that will grow quite quickly from what the scripts say.
Well, I'm sure my comrades here are more than equipped to handle your egg problem. We make omelet out of it, it'd be fine. However, we charge top dollar for this type of service, especially these high stakes. You say it can destroy villages, so really, this bigger job than just stealing an egg.
Right, but if you steal the egg, then we can stop it from growing to become a village destroying monster with a few tools that I have assembled, and it will be safe, and then the museum will have to listen to me, and I can prove what I say is true rather than them needlessly risk people's lives.
Which is why you will pay us handsomely, yes?
I will pay again 20 gold per person here, and the drinks, and well, I might could do you one better. And she slides out a roll of tickets to this gala, which is looks to be a pay-per-view event, and it is to view the Merkenstone, and alongside that, she places a bag of holding on the table and slides it over to you and says, "Inside you will find, fancier, more appropriate attire to attend the gala if you wish. It is the museum normally closes at 6, but this gala will be open from 6 to 8, leaving the museum open a bit longer than normal. But the by my calculations, the egg is going to hatch around 10:30, somewhere between 10:30 and midnight tonight, and so the museum closes here only in a few hours. But it would be an ideal opportunity for you to perhaps get a view of the stones for yourself and its security surrounding it. My map is subpar, I know. I spend more time as digging and doing archaeology rather than dealing with these formal matters.
Oh, this is just easy, guys. I mean, all we got to do is go to the gala, well, however it's pronounced, and then we just hide in a closet. And then once everyone leaves, we pop out, grab the stone egg thing, and then we just walk out. I don't know why everyone's stressing. I think this is easy little gig we got going on here. Not that you shouldn't pay us for our time. Just because it's easy doesn't mean it's not hard for us, and we deserve money.
What my comrade means is we are so fast, and that's why you go to pay us more. We do a good job, and we do it quick for the right
What
price.
what the tiny muscle guy said.
Under his breath, Serban went, "Your mom is easy."
Oh, wait, what's my passive perception? Passive perception is 13. Would I have heard him?
I don't know. He said under his breath, so it would come down to a insight versus deception check, I guess.
Would I be allowed to stealth?
Yeah, sure. Well, yeah, I guess insight versus a stealth check.
Doesn't matter. I mean, unless you roll a natural one or something. Yeah, let's see what you roll. Never mind. I'm not gonna say yet.
14.
Yep. Nope. I didn't hear shit. I saw a fly buzzing around, and I was just, oh, what's that? What's that?
All right, we'll go to this party. No, I don't want to deal with these people. But we'll take a look, see what we could do, see if we could save the world. Since all the rich people want to do is doom us.
Don't forget to in the closet.
Look, you might be comfortable coming out of a closet. I think there might be a better way.
I think my closet plan is perfect, but I guess we can go with whatever you want to do. All right. So she said the gala. Why do I keep saying gala? The gala starts at 6 when the museum closes. What around roughly what time is it now? Do we know?
So you have a couple hours before this gala before this gala starts, and so you have a couple hours to prepare before that. But yeah, so it's probably like 4 in the afternoonish.
Okay, so here's my idea. We go in now looking normal, and we can take a look around. There'll probably be less security. Then we come back for the gala, more all dressed up and fancy and schmoozy. But I'm sure with that many rich people, security is going to be a little tighter. But then that'll give us a second chance to see what they change between the poor people and the rich people time.
So what you're saying is we go case the joint now, and then we go back later with the rich people, and this way we have put eyes on and location. Jurgen likes this. It's a good plan.
Yes, that is exactly what I was saying. Good job, little man.
He just flexes at you, stern faced.
Well, not to worry. We will find your egg rock thing and destroy it. Are we destroying it? Bringing it to her? Whatever. We'll find your egg rock thing and take care of it. No problem. And Lavore just stands up and like throws his cloak in like a flourish, and then is gonna cast thaumaturgy cantrip and just uh make like all the flames, like all the candles or any like sort of like fireplace or anything, just like flicker violently and then like brighten up and like flare up and then kind of slowly come down as he just kind of causes a dramatic flourish as he stands up.
A few of the gentiles kind of you get a loud from the corner, but a few of them don't pay any mind. They seem fairly a bit drunk.
Serban will just roll his eyes and follow after, mumbling to himself.
Okay, so what do you guys want to do from here? Head to the museum, or is there any other information you would like to glean off of this Dr. Durala, for whatever her name was?
Sure. Can I retcon a little and do a insight check on her as she was talking?
Yeah, is there anything you're trying to glean in particular?
Just to see if the whole thing is a setup. Like maybe it really is a stone and she just wants to steal it for the money and is lying about it being an egg.
Yeah, go ahead and give me an insight check.
Can I help action actually? If because I would imagine Lavendra would kind of been leaning back in his chair, just kind of watching the whole situation.
Absolutely.
Well, that's good because I went from a 4 to a 12.
She looks really worried, genuinely worried. Like if it's not an egg, you think that she believes it is.
Noted. Once we get outside and a little bit to the side, Serban was going to look in the bag of holding, see what was all in there.
In the bag of holding is several sets of fancy clothing, higher end clothing, coats, pants, boots, gloves, the whole shebang. Things the aristocrats would wear around these parts to kind of help you blend with the rubbing elbows at this like gala.
Could there be like
Noted.
could there be like a top hat in there? Maybe like a cane?
But of course.
A bugbear with a top hat and a cane. Yes.
Oh, you know it.
That is everything I need in life.
There's some like tap dancing shoes.
So as you guys kind of head outside, you notice that this tavern, the Sage's Quill Tavern you guys are hanging out at, happens to be literally right next door to the Varkin Bluff Museum of Natural History. You are literally drinking or having beers, but a stone's throw away from your target destination. As you guys kind of step out, you hear a window open, and down this alleyway that separates the two buildings, you see a familiar face, the doctor, kind of waving at you guys. Dr. Janelle says, "This one's my room. Come and see me as soon as the job's done, and we'll take care of everything that needs to be taken care of." And she kind of smiles and thanks again. Kind of slides her window mostly closed, but not all the way. And you notice it is a second floor window, about 10 feet off the ground or so.
Can Lavore take a look around and make sure that, like, see if there's anyone that was, like, in the alleyway kind of looking suspicious, or, like, anyone around that kind of looks like they heard it and were paying specific attention to us and her?
Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Any sneaky spies? I'm not smart, but I'm wisdomous. Apparently, my dice don't think I have wisdom. Um, it's just an 11. I am rolling garbage.
Well, that's mostly what you see in the alleyway. A bit of garbage here and there, but a few other windows on the upper floor, but they all seem closed. You don't notice anyone in particular.
While Lavore is looking around, Cerbon's going to take out one of his tinkerer tools, and on Lavore's cloak, he's going to do what's called magical tinkering, where when I touch an item with my tinkerer's tools, I can give it a magical property, and the words "kick me" are going to appear on the back of his cloak.
God.
Okay, I assume you try to do this smoothly. So give me we'll call it a stealth check.
I
Or a
roll.
sleight of hand.
Yeah, stealth to see, and then sleight of hand to pull it off. And yeah, go ahead and give me an active perception check there, Lavore.
A dirty 20 on the stealth and a 19 on the sleight of hand.
Dang. I rolled a 19 for perception. So I don't know.
I'd say with the 20 on stealth, he pulls it off and places it right firm, right in the middle, like between your shoulder blades on your cloak as you look away.
Just beat me. I imagine like he like just sort of like maybe feels something, but kind of like turns over his shoulder and just think it's the wind blowing. Just think, oh, okay, and just like shrugs and
Oh,
keeps
Sean,
looking.
did you say roll stealth and sleight of hand, or stealth or sleight of hand?
No, I said stealth and sleight of hand. Sleight of hand to
Yep.
see if
All
you
right.
could pull it off, and stealth to see if you could do it quietly.
All right, then those numbers are accurate because my sleight
Yeah.
of hand is higher than my stealth.
Yeah, Lavore just kind of like shrugs. Huh, must have been the wind. And then he just, guys, are we? I mean, I guess we're here already. What was the plan? We're just gonna kind of, wander around and case the joint.
Yes, we will go into the museum, we will take a look around, we will make sure map is accurate. But first, and Jurgen kind of like turns around and rummages in his backpack. And then when he turns back around, he's got a fake beard and bushy eyebrows. And he pulls on like a male boy's cap, if you will. And he's proficient with his disguise kit. So he's basically just disguising himself as like a common peasant before walking around the museum.
Okay, yeah, for sure. Go ahead and give me, we'll call it sleight of hand or performance to see how well you pull this off.
Alright, sleight of hand or performance. Oh, it doesn't matter, they're the same. So let's see. First roll of the night. That is a 4 for a 6. Oh, wait. I'm proficient. 8.
You guys watch as this guy makes himself look absolutely ridiculous with a little bit of makeup and some, fake facial hair. Like, this guy stands out like a sore thumb. He's definitely some kind of critter.
You'll see Jurgen very good with disguises. He does not like people to know who he is when he does things like this. And so I get very good at making myself look like other people. And he just kind of leans into it thinking he did a great job, regardless.
He's got like a really thick, like black unibrow now for some reason.
I was going to say Lavendro picks up one of his eyebrows and hands it to him.
Oh, well, yes, thank you. And he just kind of like turns away and tucks it back on there, like trying to pull himself together.
Lavor is just gonna flip his hood up on his cloak, so it's like falling like far over his face, kind of like a Aragorn in the corner of the prancing pony, just like covering like shadow over his face. All right, well, let's go.
And once again, Serban just rolls his eyes, just, children, I tell you.
So I just want to make sure I get this right. So we're kind of casing the area now, but we're coming back for the actual whatever the gala, whatever later, right?
Yes, because the stone won't come out until the gala. So we're trying to get an idea of some security measures now, and then see if they add anything during that moment.
Gotcha. Okay. So Lavendro will not showcase his top hat and cane at this point. He'll just kind of go in all natural. Well, not all natural, but just standard gear.
Okay, so as you guys so the Sage's Quill, like I said, the tavern you guys were just at, when you stepped outside to kind of inspect the bag of holding in this alleyway nearby, the other building in this alleyway is the museum you're supposed to be kind of casing out at the moment. So, you guys want to just walk in the main entrance and kind of check out the museum, or did you want to, skirt the building or check the perimeter? Like, you tell me how you guys want to play it out from here as far as casing the joint.
I think Lavendro would want to kind of check the perimeter a little bit casually, maybe just saunter about checking it out.
Yeah, you guys, there is this apparently you can get we can get on the roof, we can sneak into, or it could be an escape route into the building, because right here is this attic window access to roof, or it could be a dead end because those sound like questions maybe she doesn't actually know, but it could also be an exit, so maybe we should see if we can get on or off of this roof.
Well, if you haven't noticed, Jurgen has wings, so I can go with Lavendro. We case the outside, you case the inside. I see what I can see from high vantage point.
All right, Serban, that means you're with me. Come on, bud. And he just kind of like puts his arm around his shoulder and starts leading him in towards the entrance of the museum.
And when you turn away, Jurgen notices that your cloak says "kick me," and he kicks you.
I was going to say Lavendro does the same.
Oh, we just kick him at the same time, even better.
You get 2 swift kicks to the arse on your as you turn around and start guiding your other party mate down the hallway or down the alleyway.
Can Lavendro like play it off like he didn't do it? Like he kind of made a winging kick and then kind of goes the other direction.
Yeah, give me a deception check.
Deception, a +1 to that. Where's my d20? There we go. 13.
Does that beat your passive there, Lavore?
Passive insight or passive perception?
Passive perception.
You said 14? You rolled?
I think it was 13.
13? My passive perception is 13.
He tried to pull it off, but you know that he just kind of came and give you a good boot to the arse.
I kind
I
of
feel like
glare at
Jurgen.
them.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Glare at them a little bit. Just kind of like stop, turn, and glare. Are there people? Like, is there like a good amount of people like around where they are?
Currently, the lot of you are just alone in an alleyway.
Damn it! That changes what I want to do. All right.
Just to let you know, with these magical tinkerings, they are permanent until I decide to stop them, or until I do too many.
Yeah, I just kind of glare at them and just be like, "Please don't do that again." And I'm gonna use thaumaturgy again and make I can alter the appearance of my eyes for 1 minute. I'm just gonna make them flash like a bright red and just glare at them.
Jurgen would just return your glare and cross his arms, kind of like flexing his shoulders a little bit, and be like, "If you do not want kick in ass, do not wear cloak that tells me to kick you in ass. I was just following instructions."
What the fuck are you talking about? There's nothing on my cloak that says kick me.
No, there isn't. I just thought I saw a rat on you.
Insight check.
Okay.
It's fine.
Insight versus deception.
Deception. Please don't fail me. Oh, that's not good. A 3.
I rolled a 13 with a +5.
There's for sure something on your back.
What the? He's got high wisdom, but he's not that smart. So I think Lavore would just kind of like start like spinning around like a dog trying to chase his tail as he like tries to look at his back of the cloak a few times before he kind of realizes what he's doing, and then just kind of like pulls the cloak around and looks at it. How the fuck did this get here?
Lavendra will kind of just he's gonna grab his partner here and just kind of turn him around and just start walking the other direction.
Damn it, now I'm gonna I'll have to get this washed later. Alright, whatever. Come on, Carbon. We gotta do some scouting. And he just puts his arm right back on Carbon's shoulders. Cerbon. Is it Cerbon or Carbon?
Thurbon.
Cerbon's shoulders and just kind of starts walking back towards the museum entrance, seemingly just forgetting and not caring about what just happened.
Okay.
You gotta remember, Cerbon's like 2 or 3 feet shorter than you.
He's making it work. He's leaning down.
So as you two depart for the museum entrance, Levandro and Jurgen, how do you guys want to go about casing the joint from the outside?
I'd imagine that we kind of just try to blend in with the, just the townsfolk or whoever might be passing by. Maybe keep like a wide berth, watch the doors for a little bit, see if there's any security detail passing along the alleyways or posted up near the front, anything like that. At first, anyway, and then maybe start to kind of take a closer look around the sides and back. Because I guess we don't know like what other buildings are around aside from the tavern.
Okay, go ahead and give me an investigation check as you kind of go about this.
That is a dump stat for me, so this will be fun. 15 though, not bad.
So one thing you notice, looking at the front doors, it doesn't look like there's security on the exterior of the building, but as people are coming and going, you do see that there is a bit of security, like right on the inside of the door. That's what you could tell. And as you're going around the building, kind of just skirting through different alleyways, you notice that it is a three-story building, and you notice that there are no windows on any wall, no exterior windows anywhere. With that, as you kind of check things out, kind of skirt a side of the building, you do notice that there seems to be like some loading bay doors rather than there are two iron double doors that look like they go straight into the ground and in an alley, kind of in the back side of this museum. It looks like it leads downward at the very least.
And you said it was kind of just like a general light security detail.
From what you can see of the front door, it looks like there is like a security guard or two on the interior. Yeah, as far as the exterior goes, like it is facing like a main street, like a main thoroughfare. There's a lot of like traffic up front, but it's just kind of like the bar next door and a few other like homes and maybe businesses. Like a few alleys surround this museum. No windows or anything, but it looks to be like a loading dock in the back, but it's two iron doors that are locked shut with a giant like iron padlock. And aside from that, it looks to be the only entrance you could see is the front door.
And Jurgen will look over at Lavendro and he'll go, now that we have taken a look around, it's probably best I get a better vantage point. I see more from up top. What I suggest is you go to front of building, and if you hear me make signal, you make distraction because something went wrong, and I need you to draw attention.
Lavendro will just wink his eye at him, kind of awkwardly.
Jurgen will take that as a yes. And he'll just, I think, if I may, since I have a fly speed, I would like to go back toward the tavern we were at and maybe go around to the back and kind of fly up right alongside the wall so that I'm staying close to it and get up to the roof of the tavern and start trying to see if I see anything different from like a higher vantage point, maybe try to case the roof a little bit since there are no windows.
Okay, give me a perception check from up there.
10.
On the roof, there is like some kind of structure, something that's different. It is just essentially a flat roof, but there is a portion in the middle that looks different somehow, but you can't quite tell at this distance. You'd have to get closer.
And by the way, I would like to state now that the signal is just a very obnoxious bird noise that Lavendro knows to listen for if something goes wrong. But Jurgen will try to stealthily fly from the tavern roof, like straight across so he's flush with the museum wall, and then slowly just try to raise up until he can kind of like just poke his two eyes over the ledge of the roof.
Okay, give me a stealth check.
That is a dirty 20.
So with a bit of stealth, you inch closer and you make your way and kind of get a better set of or a little closer set of eyes on this target, and it looks to be the strange flooring or whatever. It looks to be like a glass skylight. Is what you see. Well, that's all you can tell from without actually getting right up on it.
But I don't see any sort of like movement, any security detail up on the roof or anything like that. It's just I see this kind of like glass bubble in the roof, if you will.
Yep, and that's about it.
Then I'm gonna try to stealthily move onto the roof, and I'll just Mission Impossible hover like 2 feet off the ground, flying like flat as if I were laying down toward the bubble slowly. See if I see any like doors, hatches, windows, anything like that.
Okay, give me another investigation check.
That is a 7.
So as you get up on this, glass kind of outcropping, I guess, looking in, you are looking down. It looks to be latched and locked, and looking down into this area, it looks to be like a bunch of boxes. You see like a kind of a cluttered room, a small cluttered room, a bunch of dusty old boxes, and it looks like to be a staircase leading downward, but you do not see any guards or anything.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. He'll just make his way back toward the edge of the roof, jump over toward the tavern roof, and lower himself down on like the far side and make his way back toward Lavendro. I'm not not gonna actually attempt to enter the building right now.
Okay. As you kind of doing some perimeter work, Lavendro, is there anything exterior wise that you wanted to do as well?
Not really. I was gonna see if there was any security up there, but if that was already answered, so no, not really. I think he's just kind of looking around at security and if there's anyone just like in the area that might be suspicious looking. But other than that, no.
Okay, yeah. So we're gonna jump on over to the other two members of the party then. As you guys kind of walk into this grand entrance.
DM.
Yeah.
Before going in, Serban would have pulled out his little tinkerer's tools and a pair of plain-looking glasses and use ritual casting of detect magic. He sees any magic through the lenses of the glasses.
Okay, and how long does that last, and what's like the radius on that?
10 minutes and 30 feet.
Okay, perfect.
So every once in a while, he'll stop and recast it again.
All right. So, okay. So, good to know. So, as you guys kind of make your way into this grand entrance of this museum, immediately upon entering, statues depicting robed women flank the sides of this public mingling space, which boasts a marble column at its center, and the museum's information desk is situated just inside the front doors. To the north is a grand staircase draped in rich carpet, and on either side of this grand staircase seem to be a couple like kiosks. So looks like a few things for sale. Upon first glance, as you guys kind of look around, go ahead and give me some perception checks.
Garbage.
17.
11. No, sorry. 12. Not as bad as I thought, but still not good.
Okay, Lavore, you notice there's a couple of security guards kind of flanking either side of this desk. They're just kind of casually, answering questions to people that are coming and going or whatever, but there does appear to be a couple of guards. Serban, you notice pretty quickly that with your little detect magic spell, the two statues standing near the front door, looking like to the I believe they said two robed women statues standing near this front door. They glimmer with some magical energy, and also the front door itself seems to glimmer with a bit of magical energy. But aside from that, nothing particular in your location. However, you do notice that each guard has a kind of gaudy looking pendant hanging from their neck, and it has the mark of the university upon it. And these two seem to glow with some sort of magical energy.
What schools of magic would the statues in door be, if any?
Um, Go ahead and give me an Arcana check. I'll give you that basic info, but maybe more depending on how well you do.
I don't think it's that high. 12.
Okay, so with a 12, you can assume it is a bit of evocation magic.
Yeah.
So currently, there's a bit of a hustle and bustle, people coming and going. You notice, aside from there, looking like there's some more exhibits upstairs. To your right appears to be two or three office doors that are currently closed on the right side. But to the left, you notice that there is like a few crowds of people wandering here and there about in this like different galleries and things.
So, Sarabon, what are we? We're just kind of trying to figure out, points of entry, points of exit. What are we gonna go take a look at this egg stone thing? What do you think the move is here?
Ugh. Yes, we're trying to see where you might be able to get in or get out in case of a fire, and see if we can see any defenses so we can maybe input that into a house. For example, those statues might cause fire or lightning as a security measure. The guards have little pendants that might work as a key or something. I don't know yet.
Interesting.
I misspoke. Not evocation, abjuration. My bad.
Serban will not correct himself.
LeVore believes him wholeheartedly. All right. Well, we could,
And
yeah.
the egg won't be on display until the gala, but we can at least get an idea of what they might have around it.
Could we also look at those fancy little gift shops on our way upstairs?
Yes, I'm sure you would like a little keychain with your name on it.
Yes, it is hard to find the correct spelling though. A lot of times they just have one R, and it's really annoying. But I always check just in case.
Of course. And Serban has very horrible charisma, so you read no sincerity.
My passive insight is actually pretty good, so I feel like he picks up on it and is just, you know what? He agrees with me. That's okay. He might not actually care, but he said okay.
So after you guys kind of scope the main room, Jurgen and Levandro do kind of meet up with the party, and a lot of you are just kind of here in the main entry hall of the museum, watching people come and go and whatnot. Is there anything in particular you guys would like to do from this point?
Hey guys, I kind of just want to try something really quick. Just roll with me on this, because we might be able to find some information here. Um, but don't look shocked, or actually do look shocked. Yeah, just play it cool. And I want to kind of move towards, so like I'm behind, not directly behind, but just so like, because the security guards and who's ever's at that front desk, are they all facing towards the front entrance?
Correct. Kind of answering questions and helping direct traffic. Yes.
Okay, so I want to move kind of like, when I say behind them, I don't mean directly behind them, just kind of like so I'm out of their direct line of sight. And I want to try and stealthily cast thaumaturgy.
Okay. Yeah.
On and I want to be on the side of that entrance, the main foyer entrance area where the offices are on. And one of the effects I can do with thaumaturgy is um, you instantaneously cause an unlocked door or window to fly open or slam shut. I want to see if I can cause those 3 office doors to fly open, and if they don't, then I know they're locked. Just kind of weird
Oh,
experiment I'm gonna try.
that's pretty fucking clever. Okay, go ahead and give me we'll call it a stealth check to pull this off without being noticed.
Okay. Oh man,
And
this is
can Leventro kind of prepare a distraction in case something doesn't go off right?
I did give them a heads up.
Yeah, you could do that for sure. What's your held action?
If the guards or someone notices, if they are unlocked and they swing open, or if he's just noticed, Levendro would like to just belt out like, "Oh my gosh, they have a gift shop!" to try to catch their attention.
Okay, yeah, for sure. Let's see here. Yeah, all right. So, what did you roll there?
I'm gonna need that distraction. I rolled a 4 for a 5 stealth. In my defense, it's also just verbal. It's well, okay. I mean, I guess if they're not looking at me, they're not going to see a somatic component anyway. But yeah, it's I rolled a 5 on stealth. So whatever, I guess whatever words I use to invoke the magic, I just fucking yell them.
Okay, yeah. You get a few curious looks from a few people, including the guards. They kind of stop, like, who's fucking Captain Crazy over there? and you do realize that of the couple guards that are in the room, you're kind of now on the radar, but the northernmost room on the right side of this hall, the door does open.
Okay. And according to the spell, it slams open.
It slams open, startling a few guests in the nearby area.
And I think once Levandro kind of shouts, "There's a gift shop," he just kind of like, "Oh my god, yeah, gift shop," and then just runs towards the shop.
Maybe they have a
Trying to
keychain with your name.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. You sprint towards this some of these museum shops, kind of by the stairwells, and display racks here are filled with tunics and bandanas, books, and bric-a-brac, most emblazoned with the museum's logo. Some plush benches serve as some seating areas. A couple of attendees kind of help direct traffic and occasionally, make a sale here and there.
As I move up towards that gift shop, can I just kind of glance over to the right and see if I can see anything? Because I would like to move to the right side gift shop, to the right of the staircase, kind of close to that office. Can I like just glance over nonchalantly and try and see if I see anything in the office of interest?
Yeah, give me a perception check. Chris. I meant Sir Bon. As you kind of are watching this go down, you notice similar magics placed on all of the doors on this side of the room. The doors that lead to the offices, rather.
The 16 perception.
With a 16 perception check. Hold on a second. So, I believe, yeah. You kind of get a good view of on your way by. It's boxes of display supplies look to be like stacked in this room's corners, and chairs surround a circular table kind of in the middle. It looks like this is probably like a break room / storage room area.
Okay. I'll just kind of, as I'm like looking, kind of like shuffling through like whatever display is holding like robes and stuff, whatever's in the gift shop. I kind of like whisper to Lavendro. I keep pronouncing everyone's names wrong. Lavendro. Um, just like kind of what I see, just be like, hey, like it looks kind of like some sort of break room, and there's also some storage in there. Maybe I don't know, might be a potential hiding spot for later. But yeah. Anyways, look at this robe. This is pretty cool, right?
Oh yeah, that could definitely be a good spot to hide later on. Oh, that's outrageously overpriced.
Yeah, you were paying the tourist prices. It's ridiculous. And he's just gonna kind of keep looking around the shop just to avoid suspicion, just kind of wandering through it as he waits for the rest of the party to join, or like he gets a cue to go somewhere else, kind of following everyone else's lead at this point.
Okay, and anybody else have anything in particular? At this point, you still got a couple of hours before the museum closes for the gala, so you got a bit of time open to the general public still. Is there anything you guys want to check out in particular?
I think Jurgen probably would have just followed the crowds through the exhibits to kind of make note of any like exit doors, side doors, back doors, or like staff only areas, and if they were manned by guards.
Okay, so you kind of just follow the general crowd around here on the first floor, and as you just kind of casually making your way about, go ahead and give me a perception check.
$19.
Oh, pretty perceptive. Okay, so as you make your way, kind of just meandering through the crowd, you eventually go to like the more left side of this map here, and you make your way into the ancient plants exhibit. Artificial plants made of wood, silk, and other materials sprout from artfully arranged planters. Tall ferns, bushes with strange berries, slender trees are represented alongside like placards about ancient plant life. And you do see a guard kind of patrolling this area, but you do not see anything in particular out of like whack or anything aside from just museum goers and whatnot. And as you kind of continue your way through this little ancient plants exhibit, it kind of snakes around to the ancient cultures exhibit. Glass display cases boasts of objects related to life in ancient Varkenbluff. Clay pots, stone tools, and scraps of leather clothes are interspersed with informational placards about their historical use. And there is also a guard patrolling this area as well. While Jurgen kind of is taking the tour over there, what is the other members of the party doing?
Serban would have re-upped detect magic if he needed to and start making his way to the second floor.
As you make your way to the second floor, the base of the staircase seems to light up with some magical energy.
Abjuration as well.
Correct.
So he just makes a mental note of it that the first floor seems to be pretty heavily trapped. Am I able to take a look at like the banisters and see if I can maybe figure out what it is, like any word or way that might be able to disarm a booby trap?
Okay, you're gonna have to be more specific, but we'll say, for the sake of brevity, as you walk around this room on the first floor, the front doors you walked through ping with magical energy. All three of the doors on the right side of the room ping with magical energy. And it looks like all three of the entry halls into the plant and other exhibits, the tile entering those places looks to zing with some magical energy as well. On top of that, you're getting you're getting a different, like a conjuration type of vibe off of the two statues that are kind of in the front area near the front door. And with all of those pinging, which would you want to kind of inspect first? Like the abjuration kind of magic you're getting vibes from, or the like conjuration type of vibes you're getting from these statues? Your call. But yes, make an Arcana check on one of those.
I'm thinking the abjuration, and pretty much he's looking to see if there's a trip wire or something, like what would set it off. And if there's a way to bypass it that he would be able to notice or distinguish. And that's a 23 Arcana.
Okay, yeah. With that, you clearly kind of, get up close to one of these doors, just kind of expecting some art on the wall or something, and without a doubt, you can tell that these doors are tripped with alarm spells that are currently just not active. And same with the base, the front door, the base of the stairs, and the three kind of like entry halls into the lower level exhibits, those tiles that kind of lead in. All three are decked out with these like alarm spells, and they're currently deactivated. And then as you kind of sit here and stare this out and watch, you do notice that a guard kind of walks over and gives the break room a good kind of once over, and then closes the door and walks off. But you are for sure that there are a plethora of alarm spells that are inactive at the moment.
Noted. And then he'll just, ignoring everybody else, start walking up towards the second floor.
Okay. As you take off to the second floor, Levandro, is there anything in particular you want to case on this in this particular area?
Um, not nothing in particular that hasn't been said already. Just kind of looking around again, just more looking to see if there's anyone suspicious that would be like eyeballing us as kind of anyone in the party. We're all kind of spread out, I'm imagining.
Okay, give me a perception check.
All right. 16?
You notice with a 16 that Lavore, for his little outburst in arcanery, has got himself a shadow. It looks like somebody's been assigned to Lavore detail, and he is being followed by a security guard who keeps his distance and doesn't seem to bother him much, but is absolutely keeping eyes on him at this point.
Okay. I guess Lavendro would just kind of maybe try to stealthily walk by walk by him and just kind of not even stopping, not even looking at him, maybe looking the other way, just kind of just say like, "You're being watched."
To the guard or to Lavore?
Oh no. My buddy here.
Oh, okay, yeah, for sure.
No, oh, that'd be ballsy. No.
I don't know. I think you should tell the guard he's being watched.
That could actually work too.
Okay.
So you guys notice as Sir Bond kind of takes off upstairs while you guys are kind of peeking around this area. And Sir Bond, as you go upstairs, you notice right away that this is the prehistoric predators exhibit, and it's like the main attraction of the museum, or perhaps was before this Murkmire stone. The intact skeletons of several large prehistoric monsters are on display here, including the museum's most famous display, the beautifully preserved body of an Allosaurus, its leathery skin appearing kind of supple to the touch. An informational placard next to the dinosaur explains it died in the Murkmire millennia ago and was naturally preserved. And display cases all along this large room's walls hold fossils of other ancient or local predators. And as you're kind of taking this in and using your keen magical senses, you do notice there is an alarm spell set on a door in this room, and it seems to separate this particular display, the Allosaurus display from the gemstone wing, and it appears to have a guard standing diligently in front of it.
He will walk up to the guard. Just so, what good stuff is in there?
Well, you have to buy a ticket to the gala tonight to find out. Be open to the public soon. I don't know when, day or two probably. But for now, costs a bit of coin to get you a good peek-sees at some of the new displays we got going out.
That ain't worth it. Then he'll turn around and go over to the cafe to get himself a tall venti mocha with the half skim soy milk.
Yeah, as you kind of make your way out of this area, there is kind of you spot some cafeteria style tables, and as you kind of make your way over there, this space holds a mix of cafeteria style tables and lounge furniture. A counter in the northeast corner sits under a sign that reads "Unearthed Cafe." You notice a small guard's booth and a board guard kind of idly flicking at something behind his desk. But for the most part, it looks to be just a lot of customers, and he get in line and prepare to order a coffee.
And then he'll wait for the others to come up.
All right, as the rest of you kind of make your way eventually, I imagine, up these stairs and kind of look around. Is there anything in particular you guys would like to do?
I think since uh, once Lavendro kind of whispered to him, "You're being watched," Lavore would kind of. He's not that smart, but he's got like a good like a good gut feeling, good instincts. So he would avoid all of his party. He'd just start wandering around the exhibits, not like just kind of taking this guard on a random walkthrough of the museum. But that's about all he would do.
Okay, you kind of make a stop over at the restrooms at the kind of privies area, and you make sure to dawdle a bit, and you kind of slowly just wander to and fro in no particular order or anything. Gaze, taking your time, taking in the displays, and yeah, this guard just kind of keeps an eye on you. He seems to never be out of eyesight of you.
Just the entire time he's just whispering to himself, don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious."
So while you guys are kind of perusing the area, you do notice that the clock is ticking. So after kind of checking out the area for a spell, you're getting close to closing time. You've got roughly 45 minutes or so to before the gala whatever starts proper.
I think Lavore would wait till, again, still like avoiding being seen with other people in his party. Um, he would wait till it's about like 30 minutes left until the gala started, and then he'd just leave and kind of start walking. Maybe he would start walking back towards like the entrance of the pub or tavern that they met the doctor at, and just kind of wait outside.
Okay, if you take off, the guard doesn't follow you beyond the door and goes back to his duties. Is there anything in particular any of the rest of you wanted to take a peek at?
I think Jurgen would have just followed the crowd around, done like the normal loop, continued to case, and then would have made his way outside to wait for the party, like across the street.
Okay, doing a normal loop. You kind of find your way through the crowds of the upper floor, and you go through a creatures of the past exhibit. Fossils, small prehistoric creatures are arranged here. Some as fully reconstructed skeletons. The exhibit includes microraptors, ornithopods, dwarf elephants, and an ancestor of the cockatrice. Informational placards tell the stories of these creatures and their bones as discovery and whatnot. You do notice a guard in the area. You keep wandering through the Underground Wonders exhibit. It's like glittering ore and gemstones are arranged in velvet black display cases. Informational placards explain the geological history and yada yada. There's a couple of guards in this display as it's kind of got some pricier items. And on your way around, you do notice there is a large green stone on display, and it's got like coming soon placards all over it, like a large like advertisement type of a display with lots of kind of coming soon, buy a ticket now type of talk all about it.
And what exhibit was it that had like the multiple guards that was by the display saying coming soon?
So you're checking out the Underground Wonders exhibit, and it's kind of like towards the end of this tour. And there's a couple of guards around here, kind of going from room to room, checking on everything. And this room, the Underground Wonders exhibit, has some glittering ore and gemstones that are arranged in like these velvet black display cases with some informational placards to kind of explain their local geological history. But there is like a fake version of the stone you guys are kind of going for, kind of placed on display here. The fake version of what you can imagine the Murkmire stone is. And it's covered in like almost like stickers that say "coming soon" and "buy your tickets to see now." And it's on this kind of like pedestal.
Gotcha. Cool. Yeah, I think he'll just take note of that room thoroughly and or as thoroughly as he can, and then just kind of slowly follow the crowd meander outside.
Okay, yeah, and as you do so, the very last display on this long line of displays is the archaeology display. Picks, trowels, brushes, and other archaeological tools here. Informational placards label them all as tools famous local experts use to dig up the wonders found here in this museum, with a lot of murals on the south wall that kind of depict a lot of like famous digs. And having made the full circuit, you do find your way slowly but surely outside.
Seeing everybody come upstairs and then leave, Serban would then follow him out.
Okay, and Levandro, is there anything you would like to do before exiting the museum yourself?
No, nothing to really add. Probably just would have done the normal circuit. Might have grabbed a beverage, from the cafe to kind of seem uh, not suspicious. So just yeah, kind of meandering through, just looking at all the exhibits and eventually flowing out.
Okay, yeah. One thing you do note on your way out is that the gemstone gallery or exhibit is roped off and guarded at both of its entrances. Didn't it seemed like that was the only exhibit you guys weren't entirely allowed to go into, but it's closed for this upcoming gala or whatever. So as you guys kind of make your way out of this museum and slowly back to next door to find yourselves, a table at this the Sage's Quill Tavern, and discuss your next move. So where do you guys go from here?
As we're sitting, Serban will pull out the map and look at the others and say, "All right, what did you guys figure out?"
Lavore pulls off his cloak and like rests it on the table and pulls out a rag and starts trying to scrub at the kick me writing. But as he's doing that, to no avail because it's magic. But he says, "Well, as I did my little spell that got me followed the rest of the time, I saw there was an office, or not really. One of those offices was looked to be kind of like a break room slash storage room. I mean, they had like chairs, a little table, and then like a lot of like crates and stuff. So I mean, that might not be a bad place to hide if we can sneak in there as everyone's leaving. But I don't know. It's also on the first floor, so we'd have to make our way back up through the second floor. But I mean, it was empty when I opened the door, so and it was unlocked, so it's probably not a super secure, high level access place if they just leave it unlocked during the day."
Good job, Lavore.
Yeah, sometimes God damn it, why won't this come off? Sometimes I do things right. Um, fuck.
What about you, Muscles?
Jurgen's brain is muscly too. I find roof access point. We go through there. Unguarded storage room, probably less guards upstairs. And closer to where we need to get to.
Great. Do you know if it was trapped?
Jurgen's muscles cannot see magic, but there were no guards.
And Furball.
Well, the coffee wasn't good.
No, you could tell they use pre-ground beans instead of grinding it themselves.
Yeah, it was really a bummer, and everything was overpriced at the gift shop. No, other than that restored room that Lavore was talking about, I really couldn't tag much. There was the pesky guard that was following him as well, but no, not much for me.
Well, it's lucky you guys have me. I swear I don't know what people would do without. Pull out a little marker. Now, Elfie, your little door here has an alarm on it. So it might not be locked, but if they close it and set that alarm, trying to sneak in there is going to bring company. Alarm, alarm, alarm. These are trapped. This is trapped. There's all these alarms. And I was getting some sort of reading off of the guards. My guess is those little necklaces they wear are either a way for them to communicate with each other or to detect things, or perhaps a way to get past some of these traps. We should speak with Dr. Can't Keep a Job and see if she has one or if she knows for a fact what they do before we go too far with that.
Well, what if... could we just turn the alarms off? Do you know how to do that?
I know how. I don't have the capabilities. That would remove either a key access, which I don't have on me because surprisingly they won't just give me one, or something such as dispel magic, which I'm smart. That's still a little bit above my pay grade.
So we can't turn the alarms off. Well,
I
I'm
think we
sorry.
gotta go. I think we gotta go talk to the doctor and see if she knows anything about those. Because her going in and out, she must know kind of what they do in case there's a trip or something. Because people are stupid, and I'm sure those alarms have been set off accidentally once or twice.
Or maybe she has one of those fancy jewelry things that gets the guards through the, the alarms.
Well, the assumption is that it might work against the alarms. It could just be a way for the guards to talk to each other, or for them to hold a person, or 100 other magical effects. So, I know I have wonderful manners, but can anybody maybe with a slightly nicer tone go talk to her?
I mean, I don't mind going to talk to her. I think, she's nice enough as is. Think we could, get some more information out of her. What do you want me to ask again? If we can turn the alarms off, if she knows how?
What the pendants around the guards do? And he says it with complete exasperation.
Okay, so pendants, guards, what do they do? Okay. Yeah, I can, I'll go talk to her.
Jurgen will come with you. I am what you call people person. People like me.
Lavore suddenly remembers getting kicked in the ass real hard by Jurgen and glares at him again. And then I cast Thaumaturgy. And I can create an instantaneous sound that originates from a point of view, choice within range. And it says one of the examples is a rumble of thunder. So that makes me think I can make a very loud sound. So I just make it sound the point of origin right underneath his ass. Just the loudest, disgusting fart. Like wet and gross. Just comes out of Jurgen, like pointed. I'm assuming he's near another table and it's just disgusting.
So, who would be sitting right next to me?
The tavern is fairly empty except for your party. There are a few genteel gentlemen who, at the sound of a
No,
very large fart, will probably chuckle loudly. But aside from that,
I'm asking the party, like if we're sitting four to a table, who might be like immediately on my left or right?
I would be next to Cerbon just because I know it wasn't reciprocated, but Lavore felt like we bonded walking in like arm and shoulder into the museum together. So Lavore probably would have sat next to Cerbon.
Okay, so is it going to be Jorgen or Leven on the other side?
I'll take the other side. Why not?
All right, in that case, Cerbon is going to take out one of his ball bearings and with his tinkerer's tools, use the magical tinkering. Only this time it leaves a very foul smell, and he's going to slip it into Lavor's pocket.
Damn it! Why me?
All right, we'll go to. We'll, I guess, make a stealth check. See if
Sleight
you
of
can pull
hand.
it off. Or sleight of hand versus perception.
Do you want me to roll or just use passive? Because I mean, I technically I was kind of concentrated on making it sound
Uh,
like
Natural
you're.
20 plus 5.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to beat that anyway. Even with a natural 20, I'd only get a 23.
So what does it smell like?
Just one of those smells that you can't place it, but doesn't smell quite right. Like when you walk into somebody's house and like they spilled something and never cleaned it up, and you're like, "What is that smell?"
Wafting all around you, Lavore.
I think Lavore just assumes that it's some innate part of his magic that made his fart sound actually smell too. And
I
he just
think
chuckles
this.
at
I'm
Jurgen.
sorry.
Oh,
I think
sorry,
this. I think this entire time Jurgen is just completely oblivious, and he's just like he's so small that he's holding this giant mug, and he's just like face deep in it, not paying you any attention as this whole prank war is going on.
Yeah, Lavore just chuckles to himself and then gets up all like proud because he probably hasn't noticed the smell yet and just he thought he pulled one over on Jurgen. Alright, so Lavendro, are you gonna come with me? And he's still just laughing a little bit.
Lavendrel will be like, no, no, no. It's you guys go. I'll stay here. Whatever that smell is with you.
But that's Jurgen. You didn't just hear that? He just farted really loud. That was really gross, Jurgen. Now let's go talk to this lady. And then he just kind of turns around and starts walking upstairs because she was on the second floor.
All right, you make your way upstairs and rap tap tap on her door, and a gentleman answers. A gentleman clad in all black and leather, and he has his hood drawn, and he greets you. Oh, good day. I was just leaving. And as he walks down the hall, behind him, you do see Dr. Donnell, kind of bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for the moment, kind of like, oh my goodness, back so soon, and the gala is about to start soon. What have you?
Sorry, we did not mean to interrupt you with your gentleman caller.
Not a gentleman caller. Insurance. You're not the only crew I hired to potentially steal the egg. Backup plan if you guys fail.
Insurance. I mean, I don't mean to be rude, but are they going to interfere with our operation?
Not if you succeed. She smiles.
Can I insight? What am I looking for an insight check? Yeah, I want an insight check, but shit, this is sketchy now. Yeah, I guess to see if she's telling the truth about it just being another party of burglars, and also see if she's lying about whether they'll be going in at the same time. Can I try and discern two different things at the same time?
Yeah, just roll high. Give me an insight check.
All right. Yeah, that seems a little fishy. Fuck me sideways. That's a 13. Not terrible, but not really good either.
With that, you get the sense that she was being sincere about, for sure, probably hired someone else. You got like a sense of desperation off of her before. She's worried about this, like real worried. And aside from that, you don't get much else.
Lavore just shrugs. Okay, well, as long as they're not going to mess with our heist and they're only coming in afterwards, I guess there's not really a problem there. And he just walks in and like pulls up a chair and like sits down next to her, probably still a little oblivious to his smell, still thinking it's Jurgen. But so we just had a couple more questions. Actually, really just one main question, but possibly other questions. Do you think you could help us real quick before we go in?
Anything. What could I do for you?
All right, so me and my friends were wondering if you knew anything about the pendants that the guards are wearing. Um, our smart guy downstairs noticed that they were magical in nature, and that they might. He was thinking they might be able to turn off alarms or bypass alarms. I can't really remember exactly what he thought they did, but do you know anything about them? I need to bring him something, or he's going to be mad at me.
She kind of chuckles a little bit and she says, well, I mean, I know that there's 12 guards and the museum curator, Alda Arkin. She likely has a record of the areas that the guards patrol at night. And I suspect this information is probably somewhere in Arkin's office. It's on the eastern wing on the first floor. And she should be at the gala, so if you're interested, might be a good time to swipe it.
So, do you know which one of those offices were hers? Because I used my spectacular, detective skills to figure out that one of those rooms was just like a storage break room, but the other two rooms I did not get into.
I'm not sure. I think it's one of the first two that she. There's a lot of office personnel going to and from the first two doors. The one on the third seems to be not so much security, but like the booth operators, like the people who sell things at the gift shop and the cafe seem to come in and out of that neck of the woods a lot. I assumed it was an office of some kind.
Okay, all right. Hmm. So I'm not quite sure what the pendants do, but the Arkin lady, she runs security and can possibly get some more information out of her. All right. Do you think she would carry that on her at all times, or would that just be in her office, like on her desk?
I'm not sure what I know. At like important events like the Scala, they they she keeps a tight niche on the security detail, and yeah, she's likely to be looking fantastic, but also be carrying probably quite a bit of information on the evening on herself, not only about the displays, but possibly movement of the guards or any pass keys she might need to circumvent some alarms here or there for herself or the guests. I imagine she would have those kind of things on her while she's at the gala, but it could be in her office as well. I'm not 100%.
Okay. All right. All right. I mean that is good information that can help us. Can you tell us what she looks like so we can be able to easily identify her if we need to, take some of this information off of her?
She is tall and alabaster skin. She's a typical elf, very beautiful and flowing. And trust me, you'll know her when you see her or when you meet her. She's very full of herself. I imagine she will announce who she is quite loudly many times to many people, especially if she perceives you to be wealthy donors, kind of the guises I had kind of provided you should you attend the gala.
All right. I think I just have one more question, unless Jurgen wants to ask something as well. Is there any? I mean, you've met our group of my group of friends. Is there anyone that she would be more open to talking to, or like someone that she doesn't like? I mean, we've kind of got a mixed group of demographics of types of people. Who do you think she'd be more open to talking to if we hadn't talked to her?
The wealthy.
The wealth. Okay, so we just got to pretend to be rich. Okay. Well, we have a bugbear who has a top hat and a cane, so I think we can pull this off. Okay, that's all the questions I have. Yuri?
Her nose kind of curls as she looks down at you, and she says, the gala will be starting soon, and don't you think perhaps you should not only change, but there's a washroom down the hall. You maybe should utilize it before putting on those clothes.
Yeah, Lavore kind of like smells himself a little bit, like under the pits, and then kind of realizes that the scent is coming from him. Uh, yeah, let me go take care of it. Jurgen, you ask anything you want to do. I'm gonna run and I'm gonna change and maybe take a bath. I think you farted on me. Okay, bye. And he just runs off to go get changed.
Jurgen does not have many questions. I operate very simply. But would you know of any way, perhaps, that we could shut off the lights and perhaps take the egg during the gala so that we don't have to wait?
Well, it's not for me to really tell you how to do your job, but I don't know how the lights in the museum building work. Some sort of arcane timer system, I imagine. I imagine the details to that too are in the curator's office. Not entirely sure, but if you could pull it off during the gala, that would be great. But I imagine the stone to be surrounded by not only guards, but also wealthy onlookers, at least those who can afford 20 gold pieces per ticket. That is a very slim percentage of Varkenbluff. Not many can afford those prices.
And aside from having an eye for the rich people, is there anything that you could think of that this Arkin likes? Something that could garner their favor? She likes favorite flowers, she likes chocolate. What is her thing? You work with her.
She is very, very vain. She thinks much of herself, and she likes to entertain and be social. Rub elbows, but not with just anyone, only the wealthy. She all but despises the poor, and despite me trying to warn her of the possible dangers of the stone, she insists that it is pseudoscience and is willing to risk many people's lives to make a profit.
I thank you for your kind words. We will see what we can do for you. And he'll just kind of meander away.
Okay, so as you guys kind of reconvene, what are you guys planning from here?
I think Lavore would come back down, probably, I mean, Jurgen shortly after, but he would explain situation, like how the curator would have the information they need, most probably on them, and describe her appearance, elf, alabaster skin, fancy dressed, how she only likes to, you know, talk to the super wealthy. She's a stuck up bitch, sounds like. And then he would quickly get his fancy clothes out of the bag of holding and then run off to the washroom, try and get rid of this disgusting smell. You guys figure out the plan. I'm gonna change, and then you fill me in when I get back.
A couple of genteel gentlemen kind of walk by with their noses curled as you kind of pass them in the hallway. But otherwise, you find the washroom up to high standards. Soaps, perfumes, freshly changed out wash basin.
Oh, he will douse himself in perfumes. He'll get all fancy and spray some perfume on him. He's also going to uh, wear his fancy clothes. He's going to try and fit it over his armor. I mean, he's just Lavore only has a breastplate, so it's technically medium armor. So he's just gonna kind of try and fit it over it and keep his armor on. Or if he can't, maybe try and put the breastplate over the fancy clothes, so it just looks like a ceremonial, like knight wear. Knight as in like sword knight, not nighttime knight.
I'll say for this, give me a performance check.
This is gonna go fucking great. I actually don't have that bad performance. I thought it was gonna be a 0. Okay, that's a 14.
You managed to put your breastplate over this fancy duds, and your breastplate hasn't seen a whole lot of use. It's relatively new, so you think you might be able to pull it off.
Alright. He just kinda smiles at himself and, feels a little accomplished, and then walks back to the rest of the group and sits down to listen to, the smarter people's plan.
Oh, goody, you're back. All right, here's the plan that you missed. We're going to go to a party. End of plan.
Well, what do you think about, this, what's her name? This, Arkan lady. I mean, one of us should maybe, like, talk her up and try and take the, because apparently she has some, like, security guard, like, their layouts and the routes that they walk. I mean, that could be extremely helpful for once we're trying to get through. I mean, the security guards are probably gonna stay there after the gala is closed, right? So, like, somebody should maybe try and take that off of her.
Okay. I'm assuming that Jurgen here would just smack her over the back of the head, so that's probably out. What about you, Furball? You got sticky fingers?
I do a little bit of dabbling and pickpocketing and maybe some li- light, pocketing of such. Perhaps that could be of use. I don't
Can
have the
maybe
most, I'm not the most charismatic. I might not be able to talk her up, but I can certainly get the work done, picking her.
well, I might be able to chat her up a little bit. I mean, I'm not the most, I mean, I'm bubbly and charming, but, she might not like me that much. But on the terms of you maybe trying to pickpocket her. If I'm next to you, I could potentially help you out a little bit. Maybe a little distraction, a little guidance to try and aid you with that. So maybe like you and I try and talk to her and maybe snag some of these plans off of her.
I could see that working. Do you think those guards will notice you? I'm sure that one that was tailing you might notice you.
That's a good question. I mean, I look different. I mean, look at these duds I got on. I mean, I look fantastic. But Jurgen, you had disguised yourself a little bit when we first went in. Do you think maybe you could give me a little bit of a disguise? Make me look a little different?
This is service Jurgen can provide. Jurgen is master of disguise. I take little piece of me, I give it to you.
You just
That
might have
sounds weird.
eyebrows.
You're gonna take a piece of yourself and give it to me?
Yes, it is gift. It is my art for you. It come from me though. I put a piece of me inside of you, and you like it.
Lavor's gonna kind of lean over and whisper to him, "It's not your penis, is it?"
Only if you play your cards right. But now is time for work.
I mean, that could be work too, but we'll talk about it later.
You are coming on a little strong, if I'm being honest. But you're cute.
All right, so I think we got a bit of a plan. All right, so me and Lavendro are gonna chat up Arkin, see if we can steal these plans. What do you think you guys should do while we're doing that?
As we're walking around, I'll take a look, see if anything magical jumps out at me, so we can note it. Jurgen, how about you look for a hiding spot, or perhaps where the attic door is, so we know if we use your method of in or out, if it's a heavily trapped door, or if it's even accessible.
Are you suggesting Jurgen try to find a way to get to the roof from inside? Since we know how to get from outside.
Yes, we don't want to end up in a room with either A, no exit, or B, one that leads straight into a guard's room. That would be really bad.
Jurgen can most likely do this. According to map, it should be near privies. Jurgen just pretends he need go to the bathroom during gala, and he go scout.
Alright, so we have an idea. Since Lavor's already decided to get changed, why don't the rest of us follow suit and get this party started?
Jurgen will put on his fine clothes and then rip the sleeves off of them. And then he'll use his disguise kit to give himself a nice giant handlebar mustache and a monocle.
Ooh, give me a strength check for the sleeve rip and a sleight of hand for the disguise.
Flat strength check. 10.
It's enough. It's strenuous. You kind of bluster and huff and puff, but you do eventually rip the sleeves off at the seam.
This is good quality fiber. Very strong. Like Jurgen. And you said sleight of hand for that disguise?
Correct.
That's an 11. Oh, wait. Sorry, 13. 13.
With a 13, you utilize the mustache feature correctly. Not a unibrow, but a mustache. And it just sits better on your face, you know? And your monocle seems to be a problem, but you complete the facade.
Ooh, do me next. I want a mustache.
And Jurgen will, I guess, give him a little bit of touch-up makeup here, maybe like a fake light scar. Perhaps he was in the war. Spruce him up a little bit, but then when he gets down to the mustache, he just gives you a tiny little. Oh God, why am I drawing a blank on his name? You know what? Fuck it. You're gonna get a like a nice cowboy stash, like a firm upper lip stash. Think Sam Elliott.
Yeah, give me a sleight of hand.
12. Rolling right in the middle of the day.
I mean, it's on his face. It's right there. You know, it stays. So, well played.
Lavore just starts slowly, softly stroking it.
The mustache?
Sure.
Hopefully.
So, any prep aside from putting on your fancy new clothes before going to this gala, whatever the fuck, art exhibit, museum exhibit thing?
Just as I said, Serban would have tinkered with a couple ball bearings so that when they get hit, they let out like a woman's scream. Just as a setup for if he needs them later. And then would Lavore have worn his cloak over his suit? The one that says "kick me"?
I guess if he's got like a travel cloak or something, but essentially he swapped into some new duds and then put his armor on. Was the last I heard.
Because otherwise, Serban was going to take a rag and make it look like he easily wiped off the "kick me."
Yeah, Lavore, you for sure noticed he just wipes it right off.
Sorry about that. My girlfriend just got home, so I missed part of that. But you wiped off to kick me. That's nice. Thanks. He
Yeah,
just
we
kind
made
of
it just look like you don't know what you're doing.
makes it sound like you fart too. Not as loud as Jurgen's, but just like a little.
All right, so as you guys kind of sitting around the table planning, jumping into your new fancy duds, anything you guys need to do prior to heading out to the gala?
I think Lavore's probably good.
I don't think Jurgen would prepare, if I'm being honest. I think he's just gonna wing it.
Yeah, I don't think there's much Lavendra would do as long as he had just had his top hat and maybe a cane.
Okay, yeah, perfect. You make your preparations and get your way back across this alley to the Varkin Bluff Museum of Natural History. And this facade of the Varkin Bluff Museum of Natural History boasts enormous columns and elegant archways hewn from marble, and cosmopolitan visitors bustle around the entrance, including some clad in sleek formal wear, similar to yourselves. as you guys do kind of make your way there, you notice you're escorted through the main chambers that you guys were just kind of in the museum earlier. But it looks like everything, all the other exhibits seem to be roped off. Little velvet ropes kind of prevent your guys' kind of access to the gift shops, as well as like the ancient plants and ancient cultures areas. And as you guys kind of make your way up to the second floor, it's a similar outlook. Everything is kind of just roped off. You guys are kind of, you notice that there are guards kind of posted strategically here and there to kind of help guide the line to where the gemstone wing, as it's known. And you guys kind of find yourselves in the Allosaurus exhibit, coming up the stairs and making your way towards this gemstone wing, if you will. And just currently, kind of before it opens, you guys kind of find yourselves in the main hall on the second floor in this museum, kind of just waiting for the gala to start. Is there anything you guys would like to do from here?
Yes, Serban would have once again ritually cast detect magic on his glasses as though he's trying to fix them.
Okay, yeah, you cast some detect magic. A lot of the what you had saw before kind of lights up. Nothing out of the ordinary. You do notice the Allosaurus alongside the statues on the first floor. Both kind of have a weird, like, conjuration sort of hum to them, alongside, the what you can assume is the alarm spells placed on many tiles and doorways on the first floor and second.
He's focused more on any changes. If it looks like they activated the alarms for the offices, and then when he gets to the gemstone wing.
You can assume, as even the office areas are locked up behind like velvet rope.
Roger, Roger.
But aside from that, it kind of, for the most part, looks pretty normal. But like I said, a lot of the displays are kind of like off limits, and the security detail is just kind of directing the crowd, who is a very a higher end crowd. It's looking like you see a lot of bougie necklaces, gowns, suits, canes, different accessories and things. And as you guys are just kind of mulling about, the gala door does open and kind of allow you guys some access. And as people kind of just filter through here, the elven woman in a sparkly blue dress kind of cuts through the crowd, specifically eyes on you. And she's like, "Oh, why hello, I'm the curator of this fine event. Welcome, darlings, welcome. So excited to see some new faces. Oh, please, thank you. Please enjoy the show. I can't wait to talk more. We're always taking donations or special requests." And she kind of smiles at the party and gestures towards the line of people entering the gem room.
I think Lavore would probably stick with the plan they had and kind of grab Lavendro by the elbow and kind of lead him and kind of walk up towards Arkin. Be like, uh, "Hello, yes, we are very excited to be here and see all your magnificent exhibits and this new exhibit that no one has seen yet before. Can you tell us a little bit about it? Maybe give us a little sneak preview before the sneak preview.
Oh, I could, darling, but it just wouldn't be right to make everyone else wait. So you should just see it for yourself. I assure you, the exhibit is worthwhile and far more entertaining and informational than getting the everything secondhand. Come now, secondhand is for the people outside the museum.
Well, I guess that's fair. Well, what is other than this new exhibit? What is your favorite thing here? And then he's just gonna kind of hook his arm, like hook his elbow into her elbow and start to like walk maybe towards some of the exhibit area, and just try and like chat her up and kind of like behind his back, kind of gesture towards with his free hand, kind of gesture towards Lavendro to like follow and just try and like chat her up, be like, yeah, like what's your favorite exhibit? Like tell me about your this wonderful place that you curate and organize, and just kind of distract her a bit.
Okay, go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
Man, it's not great.
Come on.
Okay, that's not bad. 17.
Well, the Allosaurus exhibit has been a quite wonderful attraction, bringing in quite a bit of funds, and of course these lead to other smaller exhibits from the same era, and it has been quite profitable. But to be honest, my newest exhibit with the Murkmire stone has drawn the attention of some vastly wealthy investors, potential investors, ones that are here attending the gala like yourselves. So I don't let an old elf like me dissuade you from parting with a bit of coin should you find the Murkmire stone as intriguing as some of the other individuals around. There may be more, a bit of coin, and we could find out together. She kind of smiles at you.
So, kind of while this is all going on, Lavendro's kind of tailing in the back a little bit, maybe like 3 feet behind, maybe looking for an opportunity for when they stop. And I'm just going to tell you what my plan is, but to maybe accidentally bump into her, from behind.
Okay, go ahead and give me we'll call it like a perception check.
Perception. Don't fail me now. Oh, sweet. Dirty 20.
So you're kind of tailing along, as she's talking about some of the other exhibits that she likes and whatnot. And you notice that she's got this blue sparkly dress on. And when she addressed the party, she addressed them from the front, so looking at them, and she is making it a point to face people she's engaging with. But you notice that she has this pouch. It's almost like a very small kind of glittering almost like a backpack, but picture like a fanny pack, but instead of going across the waist, it goes across the chest or the back rather. Like it's a very thin straps, like jewel encrusted, and it's like a very shiny kind of catch your eye gemmy bag that she has kind of hanging over her shoulder essentially. And as you kind of stalk them for a bit, so you do find an opportunity to enact whatever plan you have in action.
So, yes, as soon as I'd kind of imagine they're kind of looking at all the exhibits, and they stop at a particular one, and um, I mean, Lavendro's a pretty big bugbear, so he's gonna probably knock into her a little harder than normal, um, but um, on purpose. But maybe seeing this, try to kind of quickly and craftily get into that pouch.
Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna have to combine like a stealth with a sleight of hand check. Let's see what you can pull off there.
All right. I'll go and chat for this one. First stealth, and then the sleight of hand. Uh-oh.
Okay, and then sleight of hand.
God damn it, Lavender.
Fortunately for you, I rolled pretty low too. But you're not noticed. However, it's zipped up tight. Aside from kind of giving it a little bit of a tug, you don't manage to get inside of it, nor disconnect it from her. You just kind of manage to palm it briefly, but you do kind of casually bump into her, and she, oh, excuse me, sir. She gets takes a second look at you, and says, Lavendro, your family is a bunch of nobles around here. Are they not? Interesting that they'd be sending their son in to deal with family affairs. Have you come into a bit of wealth lately then? Things must be working out well for your family, no?
Oh, yes, the wealth has been streaming in for my family, and I've decided to partake in some of that fruit as well, making lots of money off these peasants that can't even make it into this gala. It's really been a bountiful time for my family.
Excellent. Reinvesting in the arts. You are commendable. Well, I must be going, gentlemen. The gala is about to start, and she kind of makes her way out of this Allosaurus exhibit and into the gemstone exhibit.
All right, so did you guys get it?
Lavendro's gonna kind of head down, just disappointed, be like, well, that little fanny pack that she has there is zipped up pretty tight, and well, I wasn't exactly the most stealthful walking into her.
Yeah, we might just need to kind of wing it a little bit, but it was worth a try.
Uh,
Perhaps we can try again.
yeah, do you want to try again or do you want me to try?
It might be a little less suspicious if you do it. I can only run into that broad so many times before she picks up on something.
All right, if she's still distracted and looks okay, Sir Bond will try his luck.
Okay, she has currently gone into the gemstone wing to kind of attend the gala, and you guys are just, you guys are kind of the last in line. The guards are kind of like watching you, but politely kind of suggesting you follow the crowd.
Pull out the tickets and start heading towards that entrance.
And they take the tickets from you right at the entrance, and you guys are all permitted. The Gemstone Wings oak doors open into a luxuriously appointed ballroom. Crimson tablecloths and fine china adorn dining tables, and chandeliers sparkle overhead. Cabinets with glittering gemstones surround the space. At the wing's center is a marble pedestal bearing a peculiar light green stone. And you notice a plethora of the Varkin's Bluff's nobility, and the who's who of the city is in attendance. And you just kind of being locals or in the local area for some time, you kind of recognize the higher ups in the city, and most of them are here attending this gala, taking in the strange beauty of the many different gemstones, but the Murkstone in particularly.
Serban would still have detect magic, kind of casing for alarms or anything else that would grab his attention.
With that, as you guys make your way towards these tables and sit down and things, your detect magic spell reveals like an aura of transmutation magic around the pedestal, and that this Arkenstone is sitting on. As you kind of like examine this stone, it's just like a large green stone. It is light green, and it seems to have like these strange like etchings made into it, so, like natural grooves from the earth.
He'll just kind of whisper, "All right, the pedestal's trapped, so we'll have to be careful when it comes to that stage." Am I getting any other readings, any other possible traps, or does it seem like that's about it?
Go ahead and give me a perception check as you kind of case over the room.
Well,
With that, you see a couple guards around, but for the most part, you don't see any other traps or anything of the nature. You did notice that there is a couple of doors. One you came in, and another one on the opposite side of the room going to some exhibits. Looks to be roped off, and both doors glitter with a bit of magic that you can assume is probably the alarm spell, as you have already deduced.
Jurgen will look over at Lavendro and just be like, Furball, you'll come with me. My stomach hurts. And he kind of winks at him. And I might need backup. I just want you nearby. And he'll just kind of start. By the way, he has his wings tucked in his, like, suit or whatever. So he's just, like, walking on the floor as if he were just a normal small person with a monocle and a handlebar mustache. But he'll wander off toward the bathroom area to kind of scout where that attic entrance was.
Okay, yeah, you make your way that towards the privies or whatever, and you find that there is a guard that makes the rounds. He's not necessarily watching, but he occasionally makes a pass by, just checking. And but you do notice at the end of this hallway where there's all of these privies, does appear to be a staircase leading upward.
Um, is the guard like making rounds in that hallway, or just out in like the general area where you turn toward the privies?
It looks like he's kind of patrolling like the Allosaurus exhibit, and occasionally pokes his head down the hallway containing the privies.
Okay. And I'm assuming these walls go all the way to the ceiling. There's no like windows or anything at the tops of the walls, kind of looking into the gemstone area or anything like that.
Oh yeah, no windows, just solid concrete, and then some art and things you'd expect to find in a museum.
All right. So, Lavendro, you came with me, right?
Yes, Lavendro would have followed you. Been like, oh yes, maybe we could find you some thing to relax your tummy.
And when we get over there, he'll just be like, "Why don't you wait here near end of hallway? Say if anybody asks, you wait on friend. He has stomach issue. Have bad appetizer and gala. Something with shrimp cocktail. And I will attempt to go down hallway and see where attic door goes. And I don't know if we get caught. Maybe say you were looking for drunk friends. I pretend to be drunk. Maybe they don't notice. We go from there." And he'll just kind of like start walking off down the hallway. And he'll turn as he's walking away and just be like, "Just remember, signal me when it is safe for me to go down the hallway, since you will have better view of where the guard is at."
Lavendro will give him a thumbs up.
Okay, give me a stealth check there, Jurgen, as you make your way to this staircase.
That is a 21.
Nicely done there, sir. Okay, so this winding staircase leads up to this cramped space filled with haphazardly stacked boxes. Starlight kind of pours in through this large skylight, and you look around and you see like lecterns and linens and tableware. Looks to be kind of everywhere. You see the skylight that you kind of had noticed earlier. And just kind of some kind of like a storage room. Anything in particular as you make your way up here?
Is there anybody in the room, first off?
No, it looks quite dusty.
Perfect. I guess two primary things. If it's a storage area, I want to see if there are any uniforms lying around.
Okay, give me an investigation check.
Fuck. This is where being a barbarian sucks. That is a dirty one.
You don't find a whole lot, unfortunately. Most of the barrels and crates in this room are locked, and the ones that are not are, like I said, blankets and tableware and fineries and things.
Is there any crate that looks particularly ornate or fancy that is locked?
Some look to be of better quality than others for sure, but they are all locked.
Okay, duly noted. Can I fly up to the skylight and see if I could like unlock a window or anything?
Do you have any like thieves' tools or anything in particular?
No. I was kind of hoping it would just be like if there is a lock that I mean, if I'm on the inside, in theory, I could just unlock it.
From the inn, so you kind of have a choice. You can tinker with the lock, but it's more of like a latch and padlock situation. But because you are already on the inside, it looks like you might be able to force the window open as it kind of opens outward. It would have been hard to force it open from the outside, but your call. It's going to be either a straight strength or dex check for you to open this window via picking the lock or just forcing the window open.
Could I use a vial of acid to melt the lock? Because I feel like forcing it's going to be loud, and I'm not going to be able to lockpick.
Okay, so you can absolutely use a vial of acid, pour it on the lock and have it dissolve the lock into nothing. However, it does still look like you may or may not need to pull off a strength check to open this window. It is fairly large.
All right, fair enough, fair enough. Strength check it is. Go. Fuck me. Natural 2 for a 5.
I mean, it's probably just your small stature, but it does begin to open, but you got to get at least a 10 to open the window. It opens briefly, but then slams shut as you tried. But not much to your happiness, I guess. No alarms crack off, nor guards show up.
If I were to have a crowbar, could I try to wedge it in there and use leverage to lift the door a little bit easier?
Do you have a crowbar?
I do have a crowbar. I'm looking through my inventory right now.
Okay, yeah. I'll say, with that kind of a low strength roll, it's going to take some time, but you do take, the next, several minutes to kind of wedge this crowbar in here and get this thing open. Meanwhile, while this is going down, what are the people in the gemstone gallery currently doing? I believe Lavore and Serpon have just been served quite a healthy portion of some like fine fresh caught salmon and rice and wild vegetables. Like there's kind of a dinner buffet type of situation going on where it's like caviar and things. As several of the several people try to come talk to the curator about the stones that are displayed around the room. Mostly the Merkin stone, but some other valuable works as well.
Serban would kind of look around and sheepishly pull out an insignia of the Azet Academy, which, with his background, he has, which is a very famous, popular mage school. And he kind of attaches that to his suit, and he goes up to the curator. And while talking to her, he's going to try and pickpocket her.
Okay. Give me. First, what do you say to the curator when you walk up to her?
So he'll walk up, and So this is a stone. Do we know what it does? Does it have magical properties, or is it just pretty?
She turns to you and smiles and says, "Well, yes. I mean, it was found deep in the last dig, and we have found so many of our different archaeological and even some of our ancient creature um, displays have come out of this particular region. And yes, it is quite fancy. There are many theories as to its actual application and process and origination, but if you would care to take a look, perhaps your 2 cents could be oh so insightful."
Would it be look with my eyes, or would I be allowed to touch it? Because there is a difference in information I can gather from it.
Well, if after the gala you are still interested in perhaps inspecting the stone further, a sizable donation to the museum would probably expedite that right along, yes.
Yes, I'm sure. As you know, the Izet Academy doesn't so much do donations, but receive donations because we bring wonders to the world and try to match her schmarmy attitude. And then reach over and see if he can grab what he's going for.
Okay, we'll call this, for sure give me a sleight of hand to see if you can actually nab it. But I'm torn. I'll let you choose. You could go stealth, or you could go performance to kind of help the guys.
Okay, 19 for a sleight of hand, and I'm going to go stealth because I have a negative to performance. And that's going to be a 18 to stealth.
Unfortunately, while you are kind of, chatting her up and caressing the small of her back as you guys kind of walk and talk, you do find your way into this little satchel that she has, and you manage to take everything. You grab a handful, but as you kind of go to slowly pull away, she catches you. She sees you kind of stuff something into your pocket or try to conceal something, and she looks to you kind of startled, and then back to her pouch, and then immediately screams for the guards. Guards! 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 And they come rushing in. And suddenly, there's 4 guards, one in each corner, and they are making their way through this crowd towards you. What do you do?
Uh, grab the ball bearings I have of women screaming and just throw them. So now there's screams coming from 3 different directions that could be heard from 10 feet around.
Okay, as you pitch these ball bearings, let's go ahead and give me, we'll call it an intimidation check.
Oh no, that's only a 13.
Well, as you whip these bearings around and the blood-curdling woman's scream just kind of erupts from them, it does seem to startle some of the nearby, patrons and things, and these kind of bougie people kind of jump up and back around their tables and kind of briefly make it just a bit more difficult, thicken the crowd a bit, making it a little more difficult for the guards to actually get to you quickly, but they are coming and quickly. And as 4 enter the room and make their way towards you and the screaming curator, 4 more you notice enter now the corners of the room, and yeah. So what do you do from here?
Lavore casts Charm Person on a curator.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and give me, we'll call it a sleight of hand to do it undetected.
15.
15 was the magic number, so you do pull it off undetected. What do you need from me?
Wisdom saving throw. DC 13.
Well, that's a critical failure, natural 1 on my end. So, yeah, your charm spell takes hold.
All right. So I'm gonna walk up after I cast it and realize that it's taking hold on her. And just kind of like act concerned. She'd be like, "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Like, are like you okay?" And then like look up at the guards. Uh, seems like she just had a little scare. She thought she almost tripped and fell, and then my good friend here, Serban, caught her, and she just had a little spell. She thought she was, nothing bad happened though. But you okay, Archon? Everything all right?
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check, and I'll say with advantage because suddenly the curator is very, very into you right now, Lavore.
All right. Persuasion check. It's a 15.
Believe it or not, at level 1, that's enough. 15 does the trick, and the guards kind of walk up to protest, and they look to her. Are these men bothering you, curator? She's uh, no, no. I think I was mistaken. I thought somebody had taken something from me, but I must have been mistaken.
Yes. Don't worry now. We'll take care of her. She's in good hands. I mean, you guys have a large museum to secure and protect. All this priceless artifacts that the only thing keeping it from the hands of cutthroats and pickpockets is you guys. So we need you to watch everything. Um, we'll make sure that she's okay.
So this guy kind of gets real close to you, like looks at you, and he gets and positions himself between you and the curator, and he kind of eyeballs you up and down. You got a brother or something around here? I don't know. You look familiar.
But no, no. I mean, we just came into town today because we got these tickets. I mean, we heard about this wonderful museum and this brand new exhibit. So, me and a couple of my friends, we just decided we come and check it out. So we just got into town not 30 minutes ago.
All right. Well, no funny business, and they kind of go back to their posts, and the other guard, false alarm, false alarm, and you notice briefly one of them take their like this pendant off of their neck and kind of it's like they swipe it somehow like across their chest. Makes it seem like it killed like the alarm almost. Like the guards immediately are less agitated, and even without direct contact, they go back to their posts.
Interesting. I kind of like
How long does the
elbow
charm person last?
1 hour as long as nobody attacks the target.
Okay, great. That's roughly about half the time of the gala, just so you're aware.
Okay. All right. So, oh, and they do know they're charmed once it wears off. All right, so I'm gonna kind of elbow Cerebon and just kind of whisper in his ear, just like, "All right, I'm sure you noticed it, but the guard's pendants kind of set off the or cut off the alarms for everything. Set everyone back to their posts. But also, this whole thing I got going on, keeping her charmed, is not gonna last the entire gala, and she's gonna know it happened when it was done. So let's just take that into account. And yeah, I'm just gonna kind of do what I was doing before when Lavendra was trying to pickpocket her. Just kind of take her by the elbow and kind of lead her around the stone and kind of just like chat her up uh, until I see like the guards have like completely dispersed, or not dispersed, but like went back to their positions. Um, and then just ask her like, so what's the deal with all the security here? Like, you guys have a really good setup. Like, how's what are the routes? I'm very interested in all this type of stuff, keeping things secure. I mean, my family's got a lot of money and, a lot of potential money to donate, if you get my meaning. But I'm just curious how you guys, set up your security detail because, if we're going to invest in something, we want to make sure that it's properly secured and not just, something that's going to get stolen out of nowhere. And then where's our money going towards?
She kind of nods. She said, "Oh yes, well, I shouldn't really be giving away trade secrets, but there's just something about you, so jovial, so charming. I I've handpicked the captain of the guard myself. She's very stalwart and a veteran of a few foreign wars. Uh, Aside from her expertise, we have many exhibits that are quite valuable that we protect here with a combination of well-placed alarms, a few surprises for anyone who would be trying to delve too deep into our wares, and of course, a 24/7 hired security team. Not only that, but I myself record not only the we'll call it the routes that the security team is to patrol, but also I have enchanted the security tags for disabling all of the traps and various different alarm spells that are placed upon closing the museum nightly. I assure you that it is quite the tight ship. Now, let's talk money. What kind of investments do you think you'd be wanting to make? Maybe open a new wing? Could be our wing. We could open it together. What do you say?
Oh, well, my family would absolutely be interested in opening, I mean, at the start, at least one wing, but possibly more. But again, I'm just very concerned with security. I mean, I'm sure you know our elven heritage. You can tell that I'm very young, so I have got a lot to live up to. So I can't, make any screw ups here. So I am very concerned with security, and I know you say it's great and everything, but is there any possible chance I could have my you met him not too long ago. My friend Serban here, he's gifted in the arcane arts. Is there any way I could have him inspect one of these? Do you have an extra pendant that you provide your guards that he could possibly inspect and get his hands on to make sure that they're up to par and they're going to alert people to defend the things that my family is investing in. And, if my father's money goes to waste, it's not going to look good for me.
She kind of shifts uncomfortably for a bit, but then takes this like little clutch off of her back and opens it up, and she says, "Certainly, I could just. Oh, I think, I think he took them already." And she shows you like this empty bag that she has on her clutch.
Oh, that's right. We already had this discussion. You already handed it to him to inspect. Yes, Sir Brown, please find a quiet corner where you are able to concentrate and inspect that pendant to make sure it's up to par to my father's standards and your school's standards as well, because you have a university to impress as well. But yes, so now these routes are they? There's always guards in and out of every hallway, kind of constantly, or we don't want any gaps in security when we're investing as much money as my family plans to invest here.
Well, I'll tell you what. I have it written down on some notes in my office. If you want to quickly accompany me down there, I suppose it's no harm in letting you get a peek at some of the security protocols. But we must be swift. I must attend the gala. I cannot be gone for more than a few moments.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, why don't you lead me there and you can show me these routes. I will inspect them, and then if you need to leave early to take care of your business, I will lock up when you are gone. Shouldn't be a problem, should it?
No. And quickly, this way. And she kind of like walks you down the stairs in the direction of her office. In the meantime, over by the latrine, uh, Lavendro, uh, a guard does approach you while you're kind of just standing outside these restrooms. Is there something I can help you with, or is there a reason you're just kind of hanging out here, or what's going on with you, huh?
Well, seems that there's I hate to say it, in this beautiful establishment, um, it seems that there might have been a little bit of vandalism in the bathroom.
You gotta be freaking kidding me. He doesn't even wait for you. Like, he boots the first door, the nearest door next to you open. Boom! Just boots it open, and it's completely empty and fairly clean. And he looks to you, kind of confused. What do you mean? Looks good to me.
He said, "Oh no, no, no! It's actually right there next to the toilet." And then he'll point to the toilet.
The guard kind of steps in to closer inspect the toilet.
Can I attempt to knock him out?
Yeah, for sure. How do you want to go about this?
Maybe just take my, maybe like just the hilt of my. Actually, I did bring my weapon with me. Will they have allowed weapons into the uh into this event?
Nothing super visible. Like, you could probably get by with like a dagger or something, but nothing you would have to wear on like your hip or your back. You know?
Okay, then we just go straight barehanded, big old bugbear fists, just right to the back of the head.
Okay, give me an attack roll.
Okay, 16.
16 hits. Go ahead and roll some damage.
And
Don't forget your sneak attack.
oh, I guess yeah, I do have sneak. Well, is it? Do I have sneak attack? If he's already
You're an arcane trickster, right? So you're base rogue.
correct.
I Well, I guess this would be a Sean call, but I think because you're attacking him and he's completely unaware, I think that is considered sneak attack. I could be wrong.
Oh yeah, this is surprise round as fuck. For sure you get sneak attack right here.
Okay, perfect. I'll add a d6. We are looking at please. So is this is an unarmed strike, right?
Correct.
Which I think in D&D Beyond it only shows it as 1 damage,
Okay.
undefined.
Okay, so we could retcon something for the record right now. I assume one of you has a bag of holding with everybody's shit in it. So you guys should decide who has the bag of holding, because that's probably where everybody's weapons are.
Serban had it, so as far as I know, he still had it.
I think we would definitely trust the smart guy to hold the bag.
Okay.
I'm at least
Just for the record, but yeah, okay, so back to, it is an unarmed attack, so unless you take like a specific feat, I think it's just 1 plus your strength modifier.
So 1, so it's just going to be a flat 1 because I have a 0, and then the 1d6 added on.
Correct.
Oh, sweet Jesus. Where is it? Oh, there we go. Oof. 1.
So 2 damage total.
2 damage total.
You clock this dude hard, and he stands up and stares back at you with an insane rage in his eyes. Roll initiative for me real quick.
Real quick. With Bugbear, if you do a surprise attack on your first turn of combat, the attack deals an extra 2d6 damage.
Ooh, nice save there. Roll a couple
Oh,
more d6s, you lucky son of a bitch.
Oh, fuck.
Bugbears.
All right.
I'll even reveal my hand. You have to do 9 damage or more with this next roll to make it not a fight.
Okay, so I got a 3 on that next one, so 2d6 on top of this surprise.
For being a bugbear total. So you need 11 points total from the whole attack, and you've got 2 in. So you need 9 more points to clean knock this guy out.
Okay, so the second roll I did was a 3, so that's 5. So I need to roll a 6 on this last one to knock him out.
Correct.
Oh shit.
Well,
Is that real?
Well, I'll be damned. Did it in chat and everything to make it legit. But yeah, you straight up, you come up and cold cock this dude, and as he stands up to challenge you, you give him another hot one, and just kind of slumps to the corner and down, unconscious, snoring loudly. Now you have an unconscious guard at your feet, and you have kind of stepped into one of these like latrine type of areas. So what do you do now that you have an unconscious guard at your feet in this essentially a bathroom stall?
That was sloppy as fuck. I am going to. So there's only one stall in the bathroom?
No, there are. It is just like a thin hallway, and there is a bunch of these stalls. They're not like it's not like a bathroom per se, just a bunch of individual bathrooms, I guess. And at the end of this bathroom hallway is the stairs that your Jurgen had gone up to a few moments ago, and you're kind of looking out for, I guess.
Okay, so first few things I want to do is take off his uniform.
Okay, great. Quickly done.
Grab a pendant if he's got one.
He does.
And I do have some rope. I would like to maybe like tie his hands.
Okay, great. Yeah, you can bind him as well.
And let's see. I'm hoping. I guess I would like to maybe prop him up on. So I'm sorry, I'm having a problem with the whole bathroom scene. So is it there's like different like stalls,
Yeah. So
or is it like
essentially, so
open?
like when you come up to this second floor of off these stairs and you take a right, it's like a thin hallway, and at the end of this hallway, it banks right into this like stairwell that kind of winds up. And there is about 5 doors in this hallway, and they're each like their own stall. It's like their own private bathroom. Like you've got the toilets, and then a small sink located inside these tile floored rooms. But it is like 4 or 5 small bathrooms like you would find like a hotel or something.
Okay, I guess I would like to at this point prop him up on maybe like one of the toilets, so it looks like someone's actually like sitting on a toilet. If they were to like come in and look,
Okay, yeah.
and I am going to. I don't have anything to stuff in his mouth except for food. Could I maybe like
That's right. Just kill him.
could I this I mean this might be a stretch, but is there a chance that I could maybe like take off like some of like the fabric from like the inside of my top hat to like stuff in his mouth?
Yeah, for sure. You could, tear something up off of your gear and just kind of wedge it in there.
Put my big old bugbear fingers into his mouth. Just fucking and then at this point, once that's done, I think I would um make my way to where Jurgen was to let him know that uh, shit's going down.
Yeah, coincidentally enough, Jurgen kind of comes down the stairs after freshly kind of wedged this window open with a crowbar. And Jurgen, you see your ally kind of casually step out of the restroom, is kind of tightening up his like top hat and cane a bit as he as he exits.
What are you doing in there? I thought you were on watch.
Well, I was on watch until one of our friends came by, and uh, he's going to kind of maybe put his arm around Jurgen to maybe lean him around the corner so he can look inside and maybe see the guy's feet just kind of hanging by the toilet there or wherever he is. Just be like, our friend got a little nosy, and I had to clock him out. He had to punch out a little early today.
Oh, well, it appears you are overachiever. Good job, my friend. And Jurgen will shut the stall. And can I just like leave a note that says "out of order" and nail it to the door with one of the pythons I have?
Oh, for sure. That's clever.
And Is it like a handle where if I broke the handle off, the lock would be stuck?
Yeah, similar. It's just kind of like less stalls and more of like a small room, like a private bathroom you'd find in somebody's house. So you could like jam the lock or something if you'd like. You wouldn't necessarily have to break the door handle to get to it. If you have some thieves' tools, you could probably jam the lock.
I don't have thieves' tools, unfortunately.
Ah, what are you trying to do, my friend? Because I might have tools.
Oh, I was just going to break the lock so that in case our friend here manages to escape, he cannot get out and they cannot get in. But we must do it quickly and we must leave now.
Lavendra will go ahead and attempt to do that in a timely fashion.
Okay, yeah, you handle it pretty swiftly. You jam it in there and give it a good thwack with a tiny hammer, and you manage to break a few lock mechanisms. It'll probably take them a while to get into this particular bathroom.
And Lavendra will just turn to Jurgen and be like, "All right, I've got I've got a pendant. I've got a uniform. Is there anything else we need from this guy, or should we try to get back to the party?"
We should be getting out of this building. It is probably our best move.
Yeah.
And he will just he'll, he'll look back and be like, wait, like 30 seconds, and then you come out, so as we are not seen together. And he'll just turn and walk away.
Okay.
Pretend to admire the exhibits.
So as you guys are as this is going on upstairs, Lavore is kind of walked down to the office of the curator, and she doesn't happen to have her key on her. She kind of absentmindedly, hey, snaps at a guard. Hey, you, come over here. Open this up, and you see a guard kind of come over on the main floor and take his like necklace off and kind of like almost like a hotel card key, kind of swipes it by the lock, and you hear like a mechanism disengage, Lavore, like a lock, and he says, "Sorry, miss, recommend you find your key. Don't leave it about." And he puts it back around his neck, and then goes and continues his patrol, kind of walking about the exhibit. But she does let you into her office. A solid oak desk stands on a plush carpet in the center of this office. In the southeast corner, a strange human-sized doll is posed in an elaborate silk dress. And she kind of walks over to her desk and gestures to some parchments on it, and it looks to be one of these parchments looks to be some like of the guards' patrol routes in the museum. She kind of shows it to you, like, see, as I said, it is well taken care of. See for yourself. This is some of the designs and schematics and things.
Do I know roughly how long it hasn't been that long since I cast Charm Person, right?
10 minutes or so.
Okay, so I've got some time. What's this fancy looking mannequin you got in the corner here with this dress?
She's one of my many defense mechanisms. Marigold, she's excellent. And the vintage dress is another level altogether. When anyone but myself enters this room, she animates and attacks them. It is quite the thing to behold.
Interesting. That is, that does bring me a little bit more peace of mind. We're getting closer and closer to me giving my stamp of approval to my family. Do you have more of these type of defenses around the museum? These statues or mannequins that will come to life and defend your pieces?
I mean, you could check the records room. These are just the guard patrol routes here, and she kind of gestures to the paperwork. Where she says, there's some filing cabinets in the next room, and she walks to a door that's already in the room, not the door you had entered. And she opens it, and it's kind of like this small entry level hallway. She opens one door, which the small hallway leads to another door, which she then opens and walks into. And it's like a records room. Filing cabinets stand all over in this room, and she kind of gestures to several records, kind of haphazardly strewn about, some past and current exhibits, as well as some of the museum's financial records. If you're curious about some donations as to where some of that money might be going, she kind of gestures to the general room.
Oh, of course, this is very interesting. Well, I don't want to keep you for too long. I know you've got stuff to do here, presentations to put on. So I'm just gonna take a quick peek around. I'll maybe be 5 minutes, and then I'll join you back up there.
All right, don't tarry, and I think perhaps you should be quick. The exhibit's not going to last much longer, and we really must sell the Murkstone to some of these investors. So don't dally. And she kind of excuses herself.
All right. Well, once she leaves, I'm just gonna start quickly, like not really like in-depth investigation, but like kind of like grabbing like financial records, definitely anything to do with guard routes and the sorts. But just anything that looks like super important, I'm gonna stuff into. I mean, I've got like a knapsack type satchel thing, like a bag. I'm just gonna be like stuffing shit in there. Anything that looks relatively important, financial stuff, donations, like she was talking about. Um, and then also, like I said, the back into her office, taking like the guard route information.
Okay, yeah. As you kind of grab some of the guards' patrol routes and some of the other records in the room, you for sure you find some of the information about the placement of the building's alarm spells. As you know, this is some of the records you find about past and current exhibits in the museum's financial records. It kind of leads to like where they put the special some of these alarm spells, and then and for sure you have now like an active route. The guards patrol routes essentially, and you have the paperwork. You could pass this on to your allies if need be.
All right, yeah, and then I think I'm just gonna kind of make a hasty retreat towards my closest ally and just probably avoid the curator for the rest of the night.
Okay, you make your way back to the party, and what is Sir Bond doing at this moment?
Actually, I think I'd probably find Sirbon first and let him know we have like maybe 40 minutes left until the curator realizes that, you know, I charmed her.
Sir Bon, while Lavore was gone, would be having a mild panic attack and trying to come up with plan B, C, D, and E. So probably be frozen at a table when Lavore shows back up. He would find him just kind of zoned out.
As you guys kind of come back and convene at this the gemstone area, there's plenty of food and drink being passed about. You notice some very wealthy and bougie individuals kind of cheersing and gawking at this massive stone. What you guys notice that you hadn't before is that it seems like the curator has dimmed the lights a bit, and as she does so, just the ever so slightly beautiful glow of green kind of begins to emanate from this egg, and it takes even her by surprise, and everybody ooh ah, and they clap, and the curator kind of begins going over this Murkmire bog that they regularly find artifacts in, and how difficult it is, and how everyone can be part of the team to find artifacts of equal or greater value, or even to help the research to find out what the use this great stone that they found had in past cultures, and yada 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 yada. She kind of takes the spotlight for the moment. And the party just kind of reconvenes at this table full of nice food. Where do you guys kind of go from here?
So I'd imagine the plan's to get out and come back at night, right?
Yeah, I think we probably want to come back after closing time.
Yeah, I think Lavendra would kind of uh, let everyone know very subtly what went on upstairs, and that he might not want to hold on to this guard's outfit.
Yeah, even more so in a little bit. Shit's about to hit the fan here.
Yep, it's inevitable at this point.
So I think, this party's kind of lame. I think it's just time to go. Maybe far, far away.
So what's the plan of the party? You guys gonna head out of the museum, or anybody else want to do anything particular?
I think Lavore would be definitely on his way out.
Serban's freaked out, so he's ready to go and let things die down a little.
All right, you guys make your way out of the museum and back to next door at the local tavern, and you kind of just laying low and peeking out the window and watching. And a bit of a ruckus does crack off. You hear some alarm bells, and a whole troop of soldiers from Barkin Bluff City shows up and begins kind of going through the grounds. You notice a lot of these wealthy socialites are kind of slowly turned out from the museum, and it's it was supposed to close at 8, but due to all the extra activity, you're looking at probably 9:30 before the very distressed curator leaves with several of the town's guard, and bawling and hysterical about ranting on about thieves and whatnot, and she goes to make an official statement. and it is about that time that the museum is closed and locked down proper for the evening. The pub is completely empty. The barkeep kind of naps lightly behind the bar. You guys are all alone. And what do you guys do from here?
Jurgen suggests we go through roof access. I was successful with locating the roof access from inside, and I take care of luck. We now have easy access, and it's near Gemstone Room. Now we just create distraction, we grab Gemstone, we leave, we get paid.
Alright, lead on, because I got nothing right now.
I mean, that sounds like a pretty good plan to me.
No, I think that's going to be our only option at this point. Is it worth it to maybe wear the guard's outfit in case you're caught or someone's caught, and that we can kind of decoy them a little bit?
I would suggest we have someone dressed as guard, yes, that is a good idea. Perhaps person who is dressed as guard is one who tries to take stone. Because then he could just argue that he is putting stone back in, I don't know, safe or wherever they keep it.
Well, I'm a horrible liar, so I don't think I should be wearing it.
I mean, I'm not too bad. I think might be able to pull it off.
Lavendra's just going to throw the uniform at him.
Fumbles it and then starts to put on the uniform.
All right. So, and as you guys kind of prep up a little bit, is there anything in particular you guys want to do? And how do you plan exactly on getting everybody to the roof?
Would
Great.
Jurgen be able to lift them? I'm not sure how that works with fly. Like, would I just fly at half speed if I'm trying to drag them? Or
What's your strength as a barbarian?
16?
I'd say it is possible with, though probably laborious, with a decent strength check. You could probably get the party one at a time to the roof.
Yeah, I will go for the strength check, and I have a backup plan if anything. So, well, the strength check's a 7. So, backup plan, I will just fly up to the roof and secure a rope so that they can climb up.
Okay, yeah. You find it too difficult to maneuver, carry them up the 3 stories or so it would be to the roof. So you do it the easy way and fly up and secure a rope. And, for the sake of brevity, I will make you guys roll. For you guys make it successfully up to the top of this roof with a slightly ajar now window access.
Well, I will untie the rope that I had originally tied and retie it so that it is secure and we can lower ourselves down from the window access.
Okay, it's about, probably 10, maybe 15 feet from the window access to the floor of the attic here. And after you kind of toss the rope down, you and your comrades make your way back into the attic of this museum.
Who is it that that has pendant that turns off alarms? There should probably be a front.
Jurgen, I'm going to need you to give me We'll call it a perception check. Your call. Intelligence or perception check.
There's no reason for you to be. Come on.
We're gonna go perception. Either way, it's a -1. That's a 4.
Yeah, as you kind of look around, it's just the attic full of like blankets and cutlery and things. Nothing too fancy.
Jurgen will continue into the room. If I don't see anything, I mean, I don't want to metagame.
Yeah, true. You guys get, it's, got the winding staircase that kind of leads down to where the latrines were before. And here in this room, it's just kind of full of boxes and crates. A lot of them are kind of locked and whatnot. But the ones that aren't, you have access to like linens and tableware and things like that. So what do you guys do from here?
All right, look forward. Do you know if there's a guard that's going to be walking down between this door and the gem room? Are there guards inside? What did her list say?
All right. Let me take a look. And Labor's gonna pull out the little document that had the guard routes. So can I see where we are? From the attic. Is there any guards that make a route, kind of like down that privy hallway, and then anyone that would kind of see us in that main area too?
As you're kind of flipping through some of these paperwork and stuff, give me an investigation check real quick.
That fucking garbage.
Because you have the paperwork and whatnot, you can make this check with advantage. Actually,
That's great. That's a 16 then.
with that, you don't notice any guard routes that particularly like come and check the privy. One in the like Allosaurus room does make it a point to like kind of walk just outside the hallway. Yeah, so it's a pretty thin hallway. You could get a decent glance of the most of the privies, but it doesn't. He doesn't actually come down the privy hallway. Another thing you notice as you're kind of flipping through is that there is an emergency detail or like a protocol of some kind of detail, and as you kind of look, you see at the bottom of this windy stairs, as you guys are all kind of huddled together in the attic, there are a couple of guards, and you see that the patrol routes that you have do dictate like almost like a burglar patrol type, a type of patrols that when they expect high activity almost, and that looks to be where the guards are now. So there look to be a couple of guards at the bottom of the stairwell that you guys are currently in the attic of. But also, you notice as you're kind of reading some of this paperwork that it is standard protocol to hide or store rather some of the more valuable exhibits in this type of like burglary protocol. Either down in the basement or up in the attic, and then put it under guard.
Just to kind of relay the information I found. So there's actually maybe a chance that the thing we're looking for is either up here in the attic or downstairs in the basement, and not necessarily in the room where it was displayed. So maybe we should check out up here first.
Hearing that, Serpon will kind of hop back in the room and investigate to see if he can find a safe.
Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
That'll be a 23.
Oh, damn. So as you kind of look around, a lot of these crates and barrels are full of, like, unimportant shit. Really, it's like linens and silverware and stuff kind of used for the ball. You don't really see anything particular, but then it kind of catches your eye. You see off in the corner a massive iron box, and it is a whole hell of a lot cleaner than everything in here. Kind of wedged in the corner. It looks fresh, it looks clean, it looks like it does not belong here.
Serpon will approach it and check it for traps.
Give me an investigation check.
A 19.
So it is not trapped, but it is enchanted with the alarm spell should someone open the box.
Turn around.
Also, it does look locked.
Hey, Lavore, bring the alarm pendant here. We have a safe that's locked, but it's also trapped with an alarm spell. So see if you could dispel it, and we can see if Leven can crack into this thing.
Oh, I didn't. Sorry, I forgot I had it. And then I just kind of shuffle over and just kind of wave it back and forth, just over the box, kind of frantically, just not knowing how this works.
And that's
Not really.
enough. Not only do you dispel the alarm spell, but you hear the audible click of a lock.
Oh, look at that! Look what I did. Yeah, maybe I should have been a sorcerer or a wizard and good at this arcane stuff. All you gotta do is shake it back and forth, and it works.
Serban will step back as far as he can, about 30 feet away, and say, "All right, now open it."
Okay. And he just flips the lid.
As you flip the lid, you fill the whole room with a glowing green light, and this stone that you kind of look down on is it seems to be not only be glowing but kind of be translucent. And within this stone, it's now slowly glowing and becoming translucent. You can see something moving, like a shadow twitches deep inside, moves and scuttles about. As this happened, kind of a wave of energy, almost like a ripple, erupts from this rock, this crystal, and kind of covers the room. And everyone in the room, which is the party. So, everybody roll me a d12 real quick. Let's start with Serban. What do you got on a d12, Serban?
Eight.
With an 8, this magic kind of washes over you. Your joints stiffen, and you now have disadvantage on dexterity checks and saving throws while in the presence of this stone. Moving on down, Jurgen, go ahead and roll me a d12.
That'll be a 6.
With a 6, your mind is pulled in 1,000 directions, making it difficult to focus. From this point on, you will have disadvantage on attack rolls. Levandro, give me a d12.
I got a 2.
With a 2, adrenaline courses through your veins, and you have advantage on strength checks and strength saving throws while in the presence of this rock.
Okay.
And finally, Lavore.
I got a 5.
With a 5, you're just a little bit faster. Just a smidge. Just enough to be noticeable. Your walking speed while in the presence of this stone is 5 feet higher.
Nice. I feel like Lavore just starts like vibrating slightly as he just feels himself get faster.
As this stone kind of emanates and this little shifty critter kind of twitches back and forth deep within it. You guys are stuck in this glowing attic with this, it's about a 10-pound stone they've locked in this box. What do you guys do from here?
Should we close this safe and try and take the whole thing, or just throw the rock in the bag of holding?
Uh, maybe just sit back on it.
If I may, gentlemen, we're on a bit of a time crunch, and there is a thing moving inside of that rock. Perhaps Jurgen should just take the rock and fly it over to the doctor. I mean, it is right next door, and she can stop this thing. And then you guys use the rope, you climb out, we shut window. Nobody knows we were here.
Do it.
I don't know. I feel like I can run really fast now. I can get it there in no time.
Well, I can fly, and we have to climb up on roof and then go to second story of another building. I think I might be a little bit quicker, but you're welcome to run alongside.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go race! And then he just starts running to get out.
Jurgen will look at the stone and be like, "It is probably best we put stone in some sort of bag to cover up the glow. Perhaps the bag of holding is in order."
Serban will hand him the bag of holding.
And I will stuff the stone into the bag and then throw the bag over my shoulder and just fly as fast as I can straight up through the window and into the window of the dock next door.
All right, and as you do so, I imagine your party slowly makes their way out of the museum, and you bringing it straight to Dr. Donnell. As you enter her room, she has a similar box to the one you had just taken it out of, only the interior seems completely lined with quartz crystals, and as soon as you bring it to her room, her eyes widen. Oh, here! And she provides the box, so you put the gem inside, and you notice that even though it is an interplanar kind of bag, the gem seems to somehow glow through the bag of holding. But you get it to her, and she puts it in this box and seals it away, and then a deep sigh of relief as she kind of falls back on the bed, and she says, "You have no idea how much you have really truly just saved not only the realm, but I mean, my stress level has been through the roof for the last week. Thank you so much." And she is more than happy to take the Murkmire stone off of your hands and provide the gold that she promised to you and your party, 20 gold pieces each. So roughly, what was it, 80 or so? And not only that, you guys do make your way out of the museum and back to the tavern next door to collect your payment and whatnot. And yeah, you can consider that a successful heist there, gentlemen. I will say that Mira Rahir, the messenger at the very beginning, who gave you the golden key and the golden box, she shows herself here at the tavern. Perhaps you guys got a room, enjoying the local exhibits of the museum next door so much. She enters and makes sure to reward the party accordingly, which essentially would probably be something we take up during our next one shot. But go ahead and write it down in all your character sheets anyway. Everybody gets a +1 uncommon magic item of their choice. So, and that will be what the Golden Compass organization, if you will, kind of rewards the party with. She comes in with some contracts and some paperwork, and it's you have to kind of request what you want to be delivered unto a later location, but you are all paid for the job and rewarded thus so. So, excellent little one shot there, fellas. Well played.
Oh yeah.
That was super.
Lavor's really sad when he gets out of the radius and is feeling slow.
Oh, that is funny. I didn't even think about you getting slower as I get further away while you're trying to keep up. That image is so much funnier now.
So was the stone actually in the attic, or was that a? It's getting kind of late. Adjustment.
No, actually, legitimately, if you guys caused a big of enough stink, like you got the equipment you needed to pretty much make it an easy job. But if you caused a big enough stink, if you fucked with the curator and she like knew something was up, she went into like emergency mode, and then that took a couple of the valuable exhibits, and that would put them either in the basement or the attic under guard, which they would not be normally under guard, nor would they be in the basement or the attic. But it's just kind of a 50-50. I let the dice decide, and you guys just happened to get to the... You happened to cause the right chaos where they stashed the goods, and it just happened to stash it in the room where you entered the building at. So it could not have gone off better.
So we pulled an accidental Ocean's 4.
Yeah.
pretty
Just
much, yeah.
chaos for it to work out in our favor.
Fucking nailed it. I knew that vial of acid was going to come in handy.
Having played it twice now, I gotta say, the Artificer is really growing on me.
Yeah, you were doing some really cool shit with that. I want to explore that in the future. There's so much versatility.
Also, there was a lot of room for combat and fucking up in this scenario, and you guys made it through with no combat. I almost had Will roll initiative. Almost had it go down in that little bathroom stall, but just enough to knock him out, get the KO.
What's funny was, like, maybe a minute before that happened, Will and I were talking in chat, and I was like, look, when I come back, like, I'm going to tell a guard to go in there for vandalism, and you're going to be waiting in a stall. You're going to sneak attack him when he opens the door. I'll hit him from behind. We'll knock him out. And then you walk over, and it was like, oh, fuck, I'm not there. He's got to do this alone. Cross my fingers.
The whole like being like, oh, actually, no, it's right there by the toilet. If you really look, you just have it back again.
I was expecting some shenanigans, but I wasn't expecting you to just like straight beat his ass in the bathroom,
All right, boys, I'm gonna take a shower and head to bed. That was fun, Sean. I appreciate you running that.
Yeah, man. Thanks for the last minute one shot. That was great. I'm excited to see where these heists go.
Yeah, me
Oh,
too.
yeah.
Me too. Hopefully, we'll get back to the campaign. If not, whatever. We got some backup for a while. I'll talk to you guys soon, and take care. Keep in touch. We'll do this again soon.
Have a good night.
All right,
Take
night,
it
y'all.
easy, boys.